lost in my reflection. Pay attention, you never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. But when I'm lowest, time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Just wanna be free, yeah, free, yeah, free, yeah, Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? what I think. I will drown in pink. After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too soon. Cling to what you're giving. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Paint away day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. want more. I want more. I want more. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I want more. I want more. Yo, let's go Sunday night. How we living? I want more. Yo. Dude, let's go. How we doing, people? You want just a tad less? Unacceptable! We're inside you and be all right tonight. You say your innocence is all I require. And that I'm blinded by the stars in my eyes. Yo! Let me grab a beverage. I would never disappear if them open wide, if it's most of the time. And I've been sinking here, 'cause I can't seem to make up my mind. Yo, you like the shirt? Yeah, we got some gear for the game at the Yankee Stadium the other night. And I'm blinded by the stars in my eyes. Let's go. Oh, let's get it going. Here we go. All right. All right. Dude, let's go. Oh, shit. How we doing? Sunday. On this, how are we doing on this fair Sunday? Oh, shit. Let's go. Dude. All right. We are, what are we looking at tonight? So, hold on one sec here. So Sunday. All right. We are going to take a look at, obviously, the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate. This thing is like a behemoth, though. Jesus. Right? It is a crazy behemoth. This thing's like 4 hours long. So I don't know how much of this we're going to watch, but we'll get in there. We will. Hold on one sec. I gotta switch accounts here real quick. There we go. That's better. That is better. Perfect. So we will be looking at the crazy debate. Fucking dude, this shit is pretty nutty, boss. Right? I can't believe that fucking PBD is moderating this thing. What a disaster. Jesus. What an absolute disaster. Right? Candace's inevitable downfall is imminent. I mean, I don't think her downfall is coming from that guy. Okay? Because that guy, like that Andrew Wilson guy, we saw him the other day on Rogan.
That guy's a fucking dweeb. Okay, there's no way around it. The Andrew Wilson character. Hold on, let me get this the recording going. The Andrew Wilson character is an absolute dweeb. Okay? He is. This guy is just, I mean, he reminds me, guys, of like a typical MAGA bro, right? Where he's like strong on personal feelings, but very low on any sort of like corroborating evidence or what have you. You know, like I think he just literally thinks all he has to do is show up and he's automatically better than, you know, everyone in the room, right? But dude, the guy's a fucking moron, okay? Let's be real. Let's be real. He is not an intellectual giant. Okay? So that's for starters. And, you know, that is absolutely just seems like a recipe for disaster. Now, Candace is also a degenerate. She is also an absolute Looney Tune. However, she is also, you know, like thorough. Okay? She is. I think Candace is very thorough. When she constructs her like conspiracy theories, they are well crafted to permeate. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel like she's good at that. She is good at like centering herself around the unprovable. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like all conspiracy theory generators are good at that they sort of keep the center of their discussions around that which can't be disproven. So then the conspiracy theorist mind becomes the greatest creator of proof, right? You know what I'm saying? I just feel like she's really good at that. And she is a disaster, right? She is. But she is very practiced at cultivating these conspiracy theories. And I mean, they're not really that hard to like lean into, you know. But anyway, we're going to watch it, okay? She couldn't back anything she was saying. Yeah, that's just it though, Millie. That's just it though. You ready? I know Candace doesn't back things up. However, a conspiracy theorist has a distinct advantage in a debate. You know why? Because if both sides can't prove their shit, the conspiracy side is the automatic winner. Because a conspiracy doesn't need to be proven, it needs to be disproven. And it's very hard to disprove a conspiracy because the proof in the conspiracy is the missing information, right? So you don't even need to prove your points. You just have to have a bunch of missing information that nobody can account for, and then the conspiracy is still there, right? So, like, it's almost impossible to beat unless you have very specific information that like disproves every single point, right? And like, if this is a point and this is a point, and say there's information that disproves this point and disproves this point, all you have to do is like end up in the middle here somewhere. And it's like, well, that doesn't disprove me. And that doesn't disprove me. So voila, I'm still like, you still haven't disproven me. Dude, right? So funny. Dude, it's like, it's just so stupid. It is. It's so stupid. This is why it's so I think it's so effective. And, you know, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Most of Candace's fans believe in religion, and religion is the ultimate conspiracy theory, guys. Everybody who is like super religious is incredibly vulnerable to buying into conspiracy theories. Okay, they're bred for it. So yeah, dangerous opponent for her. But whatever. We're gonna fucking watch some of that until I can't take it anymore. And if you guys know of specific parts in this debate thing that are worth watching, we can get into that. Maybe we'll get on Twitter and look for some like bits and pieces. But whatevs. I don't know. I myself am fucking tired of Candace Owens. I am tired of her, dude. She's so whacked out. However, I really like the fact that she's single-handedly like gutting Erica Kirk. And I think that that's kind of an important energy right now. So we're going to go in. We're going to check it out until we can handle it. We got to look at Nancy Mace, guys. Oh my God. Dude, Nancy Mace is recreating. And let me just tell you, I have a Nancy Mace theory. I have two of them. One of them I've already shared, but I'm going to drop you another Nancy Mace theory tonight that I think could be accurate. Okay? So we're going to look at Nancy Mace too, because she is melting down. And then I do want to look at Donald Trump and Natalie Harp. Natalie was trending today because of Jon Ossoff. Jon Ossoff took a couple shots at Trump and Natalie Harp that I think are worthy. And so we're going to look at that. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a short stream. I am still sort of easing in this week, getting back into normal hours. So, because I'm trying to catch up on sleep and get back into the grind, you know, kind of going from vacation back to full-on work. But bro, dude, you guys, I'm telling you, I have the best Nancy Mace theory. Let me just tell you, dude, I'm gonna predict a collab tonight. Did I see the video where Kirk put her hand on his back? No, Mike, throw it in Discord, okay? Failure to teach critical thinking, huge failure. Yeah, I mean, a Game Shark, it's hard, boss. You know why, boss? I mean, let's be honest. You don't learn critical thinking until you get into college, unless you get really lucky. Okay, you don't. Like, most of our schooling is not about critical thinking. Most of our schooling is geared towards conformity, like doing what is asked of you and nothing more, and being punctual and like towing the line, right? Unless you have a really good teacher, right? You don't really learn anything about critical thinking or analysis or deconstruction until you get to college. You know, I mean, it's just American education has been centered around creating obedient workers instead of creating like strong thinkers. And combine that with my aforementioned, you know, like predilection of people to be religious, and you just sort of have a dangerous soup of sheep, you know, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like we need to rethink our educational priorities here in America. We do, we have to figure out what is our educational priority, because now you have things like misinformation, you have, media bias, you have like AI spotting deepfakes. I mean, it feels like media literacy and social media literacy. There's just a lot of new shit that I feel like is necessary just to even consume the basic amount of media we have now. It's too bad. But let's remember who invented the modern educational system, guys. Okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? It's like our you know, hold on one sec. Oh. You know, a lot of our a lot of our education system in the 20th century was influenced by, you know, people like Henry Ford. Okay, the right, he wanted like vocational shit. Okay, hands-on, get these people ready to be in factories. Okay, and so then there was like a proliferation of like shop classes and home ec, and right, and I mean, not a lot of education on like how to invest money or how to participate in you know, in higher society, if you will. But they tried to sort of like, I don't know, like, you know, a lot of our education system was geared toward creating people that could operate well in a factory. You know, I don't know, man. I personally, guys, I've always thought the Waldorf was pretty interesting. I don't know if you guys know about Waldorf education, but Waldorf education, it's like Germany. They have it here in America, they do, but the schools are like really expensive, and they're usually, you know, like filled with like super yuppies. But Waldorf was like, I don't know, it teaches practical things like how to knit and write, how to sew and shit like that, but it's also like super creative, you know, like kids making their textbooks and shit. A lot of creative, you know, like practical and creative, but practical in more of like a personal sense and a connected sense. A using your hands artfully, you know, I don't know. There's I don't know how we reform the American education system, guys. I honestly, I don't. I don't know how we do it. Right? Dude, yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how we do it. We need like a bottoms up. Private schools taking money away from public schools. Kick all the conservatives. That's an option. Oh shit. Let's go. Dude, give him the boot. All right. Shall we look at some Candace? Waldorf Steiner teaches math by gardening. Yeah, I mean, there's just something to be said for injecting creativity in the process. You know, there really is. I mean, there just really is. It's so important. It's so important. The creative aspect is like really, really important, because it's where you sort of tie, right? It's where you sort of tie, like creative work is where you tie like learning with expression. Okay? And I'm telling you guys, this is really important. Okay? we believe in America, okay, we believe that education is about learning only. And in fact, much of the American education system treats expression as though it's not really important at all, right? And that's where the lack of like critical thinking comes from, because they want like reading comprehension, right? They want you to understand the instructions and then carry them out. But they don't want you to learn about expression or communication. They simply want you to learn how to like take direction and how to follow instructions. Okay. But expression, self-expression is like the thing that takes learning and multiplies it by 100. You know what I mean? I mean, when you combine self-expression with your learning, you learn more, you learn deeper, you learn better, you can remember things better. I mean, you know, it's just, that's why I think personally, you ready? My personal belief, having been through the education system in the 70s and into the 80s, and then going to college at the end of the 80s, then going back to college in the early 2000s, and having a kid that went through schooling in the 2000s and the 2010s. I believe the number one decimator, if you want to ask, like, why are people so uneducated now and why can't they read as good as they once did, is because they got rid of the art, guys. Okay? Art and music and the arts used to be fused in an integrated way into your education. It was there the whole time. And then they were like, oh, we don't have money. This art stuff's not important. Let's start peeling away the art and focusing just on the learning. And you know what they discovered, guys? If you take the art away, people don't learn shit. Okay? They don't learn as good, right? You want kids to learn how to read, make sure they're doing art at the same time that they're learning how to read. Okay? I'm telling you, this is why shows like Sesame Street and those artistic type shows were all so effective at teaching kids, because they were combining art and creativity and color and sounds and all of this, like all of the elements of creativity shit into the learning. Dude, music is math. Dude, music is math. It's a scale of 8, guys. It's like a base 8 math. Absolutely. Music is math, right? I feel like art is in a way, art is very like mathematical and logical too when you get into color theory and shit. Man, it's just crazy. Once they removed art, I feel like everybody just kind of got stupid. You know, they got dumber because they got rid of art. You know, but all right, that's my theory. You watch Sesame Street? Let's go. Dude, I love Sesame Street. The dreaded word problems. Dude, word problems. I was so good at word problems. All right, you ready? Dude, let's get into this shit. Let's get into this. Let's get into, speaking of stupidity, let's look at this. Dude, look at this fucking setup here. Oh my God. Candace, PBD, Andrew Wilson, Charlie Kirk, and Erica Kirk, dude. Dude, look at this shit. Why does he look like he's taking a shit, bro? Seriously. PBD always looks like he's shitting his pants, dude. Jesus. Isn't Charlie dead? I think he is. I think he is, guys. All right, shall we? All right, let's see what we got, guys. Let's see what we got here.
A lot of different things, but
Oh, Jesus. All right, hold on here. All right, here we go, guys. Dude, PBD is such a geek. Dude, they had it at Candace's place, though. All right. Dude, did Candace Owens really get paid $300,000 to do this? What in the actual fuck? $300,000? Like, bro, can somebody please debate me for $300,000? Give me a fucking break, dude. What are we doing, man? What the fuck is wrong with this world?
Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started.
Dude, how do you think 𝗪𝗑 Kirk feels about this, dude? Dude, like, honestly, what a hoser. 𝗪𝗑 Kirk, like, this woman is never going to have a normal life, dude. Dude, she just won't, right? She is never going to have a normal life. She literally, like, fondled the corpse of her husband on Instagram. Then she danced in pyrotechnics, then 𝗙ηκε, then the pedo churches, and all of the memes from her face, Shabbat Shalom, all the crazy shit from the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and she won't leave the limelight, right? So she's just out there being a fucking idiot day in and day out, and it's like the three things you can count on are death and taxes and 𝗪𝗑 Kirk being a fucking meme, bro. It is like wild, dude. And now everybody else is like monetizing her husband's death, dude. Dude, right? Like Charlie has become like, he is like a cash register. Dude, I mean, I'm hitting the buttons. Dude, we all are. We're all just like hitting the buttons, bro. Oh my God, dude. The only thing that could make this more interesting would be an 𝗪𝗑 Kirk OnlyFans. That's it. That's it. That's the only way this could get like crazier, dude. If she goes OF, right? Oh man, with like a CK like vibrating apparatus, dude. Oh.
The audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation. And for Candace to accept it.
Dude, she accepted it because of like $300,000. Dude, Candace is looking like pretty beat right now, guys. Jesus.
So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them. The Candace Show, the 𝗙C𝗍𝗆. I'm sure some of the people from 𝗙C𝗍𝗆 are watching as well. And the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking. And the
Can we start now?
audience will be able to see it.
Okay.
If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot.
Oh, Jesus, dude. Dude, all of these people are losers. PBD he's a crook, dude. These guys are all crooks. That's just it. PBD, Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens, Michael Knowles, all of these fucking people are crooks. They're all crooks, bro.
Missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation, and he also volunteered. But
the great Joe Rogan. Jesus. Hold on. Can I show you this Joe Rogan meme that I saw today, dude? Oh, my God, dude. Let me show you the Joe Rogan meme I saw today. This shit was amazing. Oh, fuck, dude. It was this. You ready? Look at this. Right here, dude. Look at this. Free healthcare is good, Joe. Free healthcare is good. One podcast later. Free healthcare is bad, Joe. Free healthcare is bad. Dude, I have never seen a meme sum up Joe Rogan better than this one right here, dude. This is the ultimate summation of Joe Rogan, dude. There it is. This is 100% Rogan. Dude, homie is like, I believe in this. I believe in that. I believe in this and that simultaneously. And I believe in that and this. And yes. And how much you paying? Oh, now I believe in that. The great Joe Rogan. All right. Thank you. Thank you to the great Joe Rogan. All right, here we go.
Ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence.
Oh, dude, what an opener. What I mean by overwhelming is that I find it very convincing. Dude, I'm ready to turn this off already, dude. This guy just basically started the debate by saying, well, you know, what I actually meant was it's just I have this very strong personal opinion, and now I'm going to read some statement off my phone that probably was written by Benjamin Netanyahu.
So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death.
Really?
You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable.
Dude, Gen Z had literally just come out of the pandemic, boss. Right? Come on, man.
The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk.
Oh, here we go.
Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war.
Dude, who starts off a debate with like a 5-minute prepared statement where you're just staring at your phone? What the fuck, dude?
Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would.
Dude, first off, I mean, not to whatever, belabor a point here, okay? But you ready, guys? Just for the record, Tyler Robinson was not a leftist, okay? I know. I mean, I am so tired of hearing this. You know why I know? Because leftists are loudmouths. They are constantly spreading their gospel, if you will. They are not silent. They group together, okay? Leftists are active. They're active online. They're active in groups of other leftists. They never operate like solo. They exist in some type of leftist community. Always, okay? Dude, always. Leftists are not like mute about it. They are some of the loudest, most noticeable people always. And Tyler Robinson, this kid, he was a Mormon. Was he conservative like every other Mormon? No, it looks like he had some ways that he was not conservative, but he certainly wasn't a fucking leftist. He was not politically active. He was not politically forward in any of his opinions. He didn't have any particularly leftist opinions. He wasn't even participating in any like leftist political activism at all. None. Not even the type of activism of like posting shit online, you know? I mean, at best, this was like a Mormon kid that was maybe exploring his sexuality, maybe, okay? But like, dude, that doesn't make him a leftist. I mean, I'm going to say right now, if you're looking at people that are closeted and exploring their sexuality, there are more like gay people exploring their sexuality who are conservatives or MAGA than leftists by far. Leftists are just, if you're gay, you're fucking gay. You don't care, you know? I mean, you know, a gay leftist would probably be challenging his conservative parents, okay? You know, like, come on, man.
I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
Oh.
On September 9th, Charlie...
Dude, you hear that? He's got a ringer, the September 9th message. Ooh, so he came into this thinking, I have a gotcha. I have an aha.
Security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him.
The left.
Now,
the left. Dude, the left. The left. Dude. All right. The ubiquitous left. The left. What is the left? Am I the left? Is Hassan the left? Is fucking Destiny the left? Is my left testicle the left?
Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her.
Yeah, if only we could be so lucky.
It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And
Dude, this is like the longest fucking, like, what is with this statement? Bro, this guy, hold on. I'm going to get the dance party goal going because, frankly, I'm fucking falling apart here. What in the fuck is this statement, bro? It really was written by Benjamin Netanyahu, wasn't it? Dude, we're going to need a dance party just to forget about how fucking boring this opening statement is.
Just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible.
Jesus.
Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making.
Dude, 300,000. First off, dude, let's go. Dude, Demon Dog, let's go. Holy shit, this is boring. By the way, I would like to interject here that fucking overwhelming means nobody can really like dispute. Okay? That's what overwhelming means. If you have overwhelming evidence, that means everybody looks at it and is like, oh yeah, man, that is like overwhelming. Like, yeah, there's no way to not see that this evidence leads to one conclusion. Bro, I know, dude, they just are like, whatever. Now overwhelming now means that, you know, it's like, this is the thing I really strongly believe.
Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them.
Beautiful.
She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building.
Wonderful.
And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife.
Sounds
good. It cost
good.
me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm 𝗡𝗍𝗃. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, guys, dude, she just like fucking just already decimated him. But like, my God, hold on. Dude, Steph said, what leftist even knew who Charlie was before he was killed? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Let's go, dude. Ethan with a bunch of Z's. I'm hearing it. Dude, yes. I mean, everybody, you don't even have to be a conspiracy theorist. I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all, but I myself did wonder, okay, because I've made videos about Charlie Kirk, okay, many of them, obviously, because he was a degenerate, right? A racist, misogynist, homophobic degenerate. So I've made plenty of videos about the guy. I've seen many, many hours of clips from Charlie Kirk. That day, I was like, why is the prime minister of Israel going on and on and on about Charlie? That was weird, okay? Charlie did not talk a lot about Benjamin Netanyahu. Charlie was not like Netanyahu's good buddy. So yeah, it was fucking weird to have Netanyahu be going on and on and on about Charlie and then making a video saying, oh, I did not kill Charlie Kirk. Oh, this terrible lie. It's like, what the fuck is going on? When has there ever been a killing and the leader of a country just starts making videos about how, hey, by the way, we didn't kill the guy? I mean, that was fucking weird, bro. I don't care who you are. That shit was weird, dude. Carter's Pine Box, let's go. Dude, Ghost, Andrew, Erica will not date you. You know, I mean, don't you think that was fucking weird, guys? I thought that shit was weird. That was real weird, man. It was real weird, dude. I mean, Donald Trump literally worked with this guy, right? TPUSA, like the fake electors, J6, helping Trump get elected, doing the college tours. Like Charlie Kirk literally helped Trump win in 2024. And Benjamin Netanyahu said like 100 times more about Charlie than Trump did. And it was like, whoa, dude, something was definitely off with that. Off.
But he was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous, like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist.
Dude, where's the debate? Bro, we've been watching this thing for like 20 minutes, and it is literally just two long-winded people, like fucking, you know what I'm saying? It is like just two long-winded people dancing around the topic. Oh, yes. Oh, I have a text message. Oh, I have a text message. It is like, yeah, it is some yapping, bro.
Is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the 𝗣𝗟𝗏. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew 𝗏𝗽𝗪. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you, between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%?
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, you know, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencer. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on 𝗏𝗟ci that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗡 from
Yeah,
𝗏𝗟ci.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗡.
Okay, now I would like to interject something here as I don't have a dog in this hunt, okay? I was not a Charlie fan, so watching this whole thing unfold, it didn't matter to me which way it rolled. But I will say, as a person who has seen all manner of, you know, criminal activity, like, you know, seeing guns get fired in real life, seeing hunters in my family come home with bucks that had been hit by 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗡s. I myself, okay, I myself found that like no exit wound seemed very unrealistic. That wound in the neck was like a pinhole, and no exit wound. That never quite made sense to me, guys. Okay? Because if you shoot somebody in the neck, unless it is like a 1 in a million shot, maybe from way up high, there's really going to be an exit wound. Okay, bullets aren't going to bounce off your vertebrae. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not buying that a bullet is going to bounce off your vertebrae, not a rifle, a fucking sniper round. I'm not buying it, dude. That to me was like a little weird. It just didn't make fucking sense, boss.
You see, maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗡, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up 𝗝𝗏 steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
low C,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's
See, one thing, guys, that I would like to point out, right, is like even with fucking the JFK bullet, okay? What was the JFK bullet? The JFK bullet was what was the round of the supposedly JFK bullet? Right? I'm just curious. So it was a 52 millimeter, a 6.5 millimeter. All right. Dum-dum bullet don't always exit the body. Let's go 𝗏sugar. Dude, let me see if I missed anybody up here. I think I did. I think I missed fucking, nope, I got all those. All right, perfect. So, right? So the the JFK bullet, okay, was nearly the same size as a 30-06, okay? A 30-06 is 7.62 by 63 millimeters, right? The JFK bullet was 6.5 by 52 millimeters. Now, the JFK bullet was rounded, okay? The JFK bullet was rounded. So, but what is crazy about this is when you watch the JFK, like the JFK hit, like that bullet does so much crazy damage. You know what I'm saying? The JFK bullet did so much crazy damage where you watch that video and his whole head is like flopping around from a smaller bullet and somewhere presumably even further away, okay, from the book depository to where that car was, okay? So, I don't know, man. It's pretty, it's just pretty hard to fathom that there was just that little pinhole. Like, I mean, we saw the blood gush out of it. There was just a pinhole that fucking from this huge shell casing. I don't know. It just seemed weird to me. Because I'll be honest, the Charlie Kirk thing seemed more like a dart to me. Okay? It did. It seemed more like a thin, like fucking dart something or other. Right? I don't know. It just seemed like, you know, I don't know. It seemed not like a shredder. Okay? Not like a shredder.
What's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, you know, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in 𝗏𝗟𝗏, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence.
Wait, what is this receipt shit?
Yes.
I think on the timeline on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that, and we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh,
And
got it.
What's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Dude, this is really dumb, right? Like, even the way she answered that, because she's like saying, oh, Tyler Robinson wasn't even in the area. No, he was at this steakhouse. Oh, I spoke to the owner of the restaurant. I've seen the receipt. I don't know, dude. Hey, this is not super compelling. Like, why not take a photograph of that receipt, right? If you're doing a big murder investigation, wouldn't she take a fucking photograph of this receipt? Where's the owner? Have we had the owner, online? Has the owner testified about this?
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 𝗙𝗪𝗪 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
hearing?
hearing?
Covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you,
Dude, give me a break. A gun in the woods? Dude, right? I mean, come on, man. That's not the most compelling sign that a murder was committed. But yeah, dude, this is very bizarre, this whole thing.
are
possible.
you, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay. And for how many years?
Ooh, he's a gunsmith.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does
She
it
said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Dude, I teach rifles. What do? I teach rifles. Bro, dude, this shit is like, dude, it's hard to take this guy seriously. I didn't teach rifles in the military. I taught fucking obsession with rifles.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
I want you to respond to 2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact.
Okay, so now it's granted. So
Dude, there we go. Now they're brawling, right? Oh shit. Yeah, okay, we'll grant it for the sake of argument. You should grant it because it's a fact. Dude, they're going at it. Oh shit. Undisputable, disputable. Oh my God. Now, oh shit, dude. This shit is funny, bro.
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain
case-
it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
I mean, I don't understand why this guy's not responding, because I mean there are numerous possibilities for, I mean, he could have touched the gun lighter. He could have been touching the gun with a high degree of concern about, leaving prints on it. And so handling the gun may have been like, he left less of his DNA on there. He may have only touched it like 3 or 4 times, and whereas the other people may have touched it much more. I mean, I just don't understand why this guy's not responding with possibilities. I mean, did you see the way he reacted? He was like, oh, you're expecting a gunsmith to know about fingerprints? But like, dude, just have some conjecture. Have you never watched a fucking crime show? You know what I'm saying? I mean, he could at least be casting doubt on this shit, but he's basically just sitting there going, well, I feel, right? And I mean, you know what else though is crazy, guys? Here's what's insane to me is the fact that they are having a debate about like a preliminary hearing is pretty wild, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you have a debate on a preliminary hearing? I mean, nobody's going to show all their hands at the preliminary hearing. I think it's like even the shit they're using as evidence to argue their point is like only a piece of the pie, right? I mean, it's like grand jury testimony. Grand jury testimony is not the case, not by a long shot. But yeah, this guy's a fucking doofus. I can't believe she made $300K for this, bro. Although she doesn't look like, she looks kind of stressed. I think
that wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into to Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. Okay. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll
sentence?
Wait patiently till we get to
so
the
that could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also
could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position, you think?
Dude, that fucking clip, that quip right there where she's like, I can describe it to you, but I can't make you understand it. Ouch, stings. But like, you know what's fucked up about this, guys, is neither one of them has any proof. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all murder cases are conjecture. And then you build a believable narrative and you put it in the hands of the jury. Okay? I'm serious. Nobody's there. If you don't have a videotape of the crime being committed, you're presenting evidence. Fingerprints, blood spatters, a ballistics expert who comes in and testifies about the markings on the bullet and the angle of the blood spatter. And then the defense has experts that come in and refute the blood spatter evidence, and they cast doubt on the fingerprint evidence, and they cast doubt on the lines of the bullet casing. And then the jury looks at it all and says, who's more believable? And right. So what's interesting about this is even in a murder case where you have all this evidence, it is all conjecture, and it is all different experts that are hired by the defense or the prosecution to build a narrative based on their professional opinion. And like, so it's funny that she's saying, oh, the degraded prints, yeah, that could be evidence that this kid barely touched this fucking gun and hadn't touched it in 6 months. Absolutely. Much like the gun dust, barrel shit, the dust in the barrel could in fact be evidence that this gun was hardly ever fired. And right now, my thing is this. You ready? And hear me out on this, because just from a practical point of view, if you were Tyler Robinson and you were about to go on the roof of a building and take a shot at a guy 150 yards away, and you were only going to really get one shot to accomplish your mission, don't you think you would take that gun out and like shoot it a whole bunch? Don't you think you would just show up that day having not picked up this gun in like 6 months or a year? Huh? I don't know, man. If I was going to do something like that was going to be so high pressure, I'm sneaking out onto a building where there's like 2,000 people. It's like sneaking out into a rock concert on a building to take one shot. I think I would have taken that rifle out and I would have been shooting at very precise pinpoint things hundreds of times. Okay? I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it? That my prints would be all over that fucking gun. My DNA would be all over that gun. I would have practiced disassembling it and reassembling it. I would have had that shit honed. Okay? And so I don't know. It feels like the gun would have had a lot more of this Tyler guy's stuff. It's reasonable to seem, especially when, I don't know if it's true, but Candace did go in there and say that everybody around Tyler said he wasn't much of a shooter. So if you're not a very good shooter, what are you going to do? You're just going to plop out there with a gun that was in your pants? You walked a 2-piece gun in your pants into this school with no practice, and you whip that thing out and put it together in fucking 15 seconds, take the one perfect shot, and then dismantle that shit and run off the roof. You did all that without any practice? I don't know. That seems a little... It seems like I could blow a hole in that theory pretty crazy, okay? I could blow a hole in that theory pretty fucking quick, man. I mean, if you have ever dismantled a gun or put a gun together, that shit is not... right? You see soldiers that go to boot camp, they learn how to take apart and put together their rifle. That shit takes a lot of practice, guys. You know what I'm saying? That shit takes a lot of fucking practice. Like soldiers spend hours and hours in boot camp to fucking do that shit. And doing it on a roof in public, I mean, that heightens the level of intensity quite a bit.
Is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy behavior.
That's very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time, Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know
this. We can call for a
this.
fact check if all the evidence
we need more than a fact check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then, Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common carotid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C2-7 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer.
Wait, hold on. I want to look at this. Let's go back to this statement because it says when the bullet struck Mr. Kirk, Officer Christopher Bagley of the UVU police was stationed on the south end of the walkway roof of the Hall of Flags above Mr. Kirk's canopy. Okay, so he was on the walkway of the roof of the building above where Kirk is. Based on his experience with firearms, Bagley believed the bullet came from a rifle from a position east of Mr. Kirk's canopy. Recognizing the 𝗏𝗟 building was east of the amphitheater and someone on the roof of that building would have had a direct line of sight, Bagley quickly made his way to that roof. He observed a screwdriver about 10 or 15 feet from the guardrail. He observed disturbances in the gravel at the southwest edge of the roof that were consistent with a sniper pad. Okay, so there was a like officer here who is part of the testimony of where this bullet came from. All right, a UVU police officer. Again, that is like, you know, again, this is where you get into the conspiracy theory aspect, because you have a police officer who's testifying, hey, I think the bullet came from over there. Then I went to that place and I found this shit. However, if this were something where this was a setup, then of course you would have a police eyewitness that like had all this information, right? I mean, when a cop plants a gun in someone's trunk, you have a cop testifying, hey man, I fucking smelled something funny that, you know, I thought was maybe a recently fired gun. So I went and opened the trunk. And what do you know? What did I find? Right? I mean, this is what's so hard about this shit. Dude, let's go. Dude, Sandy says, I think there's another cover up of JFK. Remember how quick Bibby came out and said, wasn't us? Yes. Dude, Sandy, everybody knows the way Bibby behaved was weird. Okay, the way Bibby behaved was very fucking strange, guys. Okay, it absolutely was. All right, let me reset the clock. Okay, let me reset this. Dude, the Bibby behavior afterwards was one of the stranger things I've ever seen. Okay, honestly, right? You're missing the point. The officer, the bullet come from a different position. No, that's he said that the Bagley believed the bullet came from a rifle from a position east of Kirk's canopy, and east is where the 𝗏𝗟 building was. Okay, like so Kirk's canopy. Let me show you the thing here. Okay, let me show you. Let me reset this thing and I'll show you the setup, okay? All right, give me one sec here. So, we need 24, so we'll start with that. And ready? Here we go. So if we look at the Kirk shooting, okay? If we look at the map, all right? Here's the map of it. This is the best way to look at it, okay? Okay, so Let's find one with fucking the directions here. Okay. So here's the map. All right. So Charlie Kirk was here. This is north, which means this is east. Okay. If you look at it, north is like, let's find one that's clearer here. Okay. All right. Here we go. So Charlie Kirk, so north is this way. Okay? This is essentially north. All right, which means this is the east. So now the Hall of Flags is Charlie Kirk's canopy was here and the crowd was in this area. And now the officer was on the south side, but up on a roof. So the officer was somewhere up here above the canopy on the south side of Charlie. And he was saying he thought the bullet came from the east, which is this direction. And then he went right over here and found, gravel disturbed, right? Found gravel disturbed and a supposed sniper pad, right? Now, that's according to that cop's thing, right? That he just sort of figured it out. But I mean, dude, there's a lot of places where the bullet, it could have come from here. It could have been from one of these buildings. Came from Middle East. Indeed it did, right?
I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah.
See, again, like to answer 𝗙sie's question, we have no reason to doubt the cop, right? We don't. However, if you're in the conspiracy set, then the cop is not a reliable witness, right? You know what I mean? I mean, you don't have a reason to doubt the cop, but if it was a setup, then, the cop most certainly is in on it, right? It's the same way with the Trump Butler shooting, okay? If you were to doubt, right? If the Trump Butler shooting was a setup, those Secret Service agents who allowed him to raise his hand up for the camera, they were definitely in on it, right? You would believe a cop over Candace? You absolutely would. But for me, this isn't about believability, 𝗙scie, because this debate here is not a fair fight, okay? It's not, because the Candace people, like a cop's testimony is unreliable to conspiracy theory people. It is. That's like a singular cop. If there were multiple people that testified to this thing, then maybe it would be something that breaks through. I'm thinking just merely from the conspiracy theory angle, right? I don't think there's any reason to doubt the cop. Obviously a cop, if he heard a bullet ring out, he probably would have a pretty good idea which direction it came from, right? Because they're around that sort of thing. But the thing that's hard is this Andrew Wilson guy is sort of a moron, okay? Because people, when there's a conspiracy theory that is active, you can't say, prove your conspiracy theory. That's not how it works, guys. Conspiracy theories are designed to exist outside the proof. That's why they're there, right? There's not enough hard evidence for people to believe the narrative of the evidence, so they have crafted their own narrative. So now, now you're kind of fucked unless you can actually dismantle the narrative, right? The conspiracy
I'm
narrative.
fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to 𝗙𝗙𝗄𝗎?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same
no,
way
no, no.
that
I
you
didn't
got to
get to
Tyler
just
Robinson.
shoot her from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's
don't
no-
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of no, that is what's in dispute. It means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Dude, this is like painful because now they're arguing about whether she can infer. I mean, dude, it's so dumb, right? Because he's like, oh, the gun was found in the woods. So that's evidence that Tyler did it. And she's like, but Tyler's fingerprints were degraded. That's evidence that he didn't do it. Well, the doctor said the bullet went off the vertebrae. That's evidence the bullet really hit the neck, right? And she's like, well, there was no exit wound, which is evidence that it wasn't that caliber of bullet. I mean, they're just like, dude, but like, are any of them wrong? Like, no, man, you can infer all day. And at the end of the day, too, they're literally basing all of their knowledge of this case on only the tiny fraction of shit that was mentioned in that week-long preliminary hearing. So, like, dude, it's like arguing the case. Like, they're arguing the merits of the case before they've even seen the evidence, dude. Right? I mean, isn't that funny? That is like going to a grand jury testimony and thinking you have the whole case figured out. It's pretty wild. Dude, oh shit, what did 𝗙𝗍𝗄𝗎 say? He said, this is what 𝗙TCH thought was going to happen the other day, Tommy, but you overwhelmed him, and he had no idea how to combat you. It was good. You've been watching the Phil Bros talk about it? Let's go. Yeah, I guess he released a video today about it, about the fucking debate. He never replied back to me after that shit. Dude, this is funny. Let's go, dude. Oh shit, boss. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So here's
I'm not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
By the way,
I'm
I have
saying
Rule 1102
that
ready.
I
Just
thank
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up.
Just
Let's
pull
pull
it
that
out.
up. I'm doing
Get there from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did.
Okay.
I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday.
Yeah. I mean, do you guys see what's going on here with this argument? So hearsay in a case, okay, hearsay is not automatically admissible. Okay? It's not. But in Utah, in preliminary hearings, I guess hearsay is admissible. Okay? right? For the purpose of preliminary examinations only. So that means in Utah, Lance Twiggs could say, oh, I had this conversation with Tyler, and Tyler said he did it. And because Lance Twiggs is, connected to Tyler, and there is some evidentiary shit with like whatever text messages, they will admit Lance Twiggs saying Tyler said this to him for the purpose of a preliminary examination. Now, that merely means that hearsay is admissible to necessitate a trial. Now, that doesn't mean that all of the shit in the preliminary hearing could not be completely challenged and obliterated during the trial. I mean, this is pretty standard. I can't speak to the whole reliable hearsay, but if you go to a grand jury where you normally get an indictment, in the grand jury, it's usually one or two witnesses testifying their knowledge about this thing. Like in the Epstein situation, they had like 2 victims come in and testify, and that was enough, their testimony, without, they're not being cross-examined, they're not being challenged. But there's these 2 witnesses that say, yeah, this is the way it happened. Okay, that's enough evidence that maybe a crime was committed. And so I think the reason this is here is part of their preliminary hearing thing is simply the possibility that a crime was committed means there's like, okay, it's reasonable that we might have a trial, right? Now, this is like it looks like they're allowing, a lot of unchallenged evidence, and it can even be secondhand conversations that are alluded to that will allow them to decide like, okay, we're going to have a trial. But what I think is funny about this is how, like, I don't know, it's just funny that they're having a debate based on pretty much everything at this preliminary hearing was hearsay. Okay? It really was. They didn't show any hard evidence. Nobody's like, they're not showing you. Everything was somebody testifying about what they heard or what they saw or what somebody said to them. You know what I mean? I just think it's interesting that they're having a debate based on what it essentially amounts to flimsy grand jury testimony. Dude, he paid $300K. Like, are you shitting me? And I mean, look at him, dude. He just looks like a clod, bro.
Patrick's not here, and that is they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. That he did this is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, okay? That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was.
But how is it not a point of contention? Tyler Robinson's prints were on the gun. Therefore, he may have shot Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson's prints were the most degraded on the gun. Therefore, he may have touched the gun the least. And the last time he touched that thing may have been a year ago, right? I mean, come on, dude. It's literally the same thing, bro. Come on, right? I mean, he's arguing that like, oh, you can't argue. I mean, you can infer whatever you want, right? That like they're both doing the same thing. Oh, the gun was found in the woods. So therefore, Tyler shot him with that gun. Okay, well, his DNA was degraded on the gun. Therefore, Tyler didn't put that gun in the woods. Clearly, somebody else put that gun in the woods, and Tyler hadn't touched it in 6 months. Right? Can I have my $300K now? Did you make it in big bills, please? Hundreds only?
What the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that
Great,
he is
but
describing,
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they
just-
are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means 𝗍𝗍. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference
The
so that I
infer-
understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
No, I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals 𝗍𝗍. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals 𝗍𝗍. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a 𝗍𝗍. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to 𝗍𝗍 from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how.
Dude, literally the biggest crime that was committed here is the fact that she got paid $300,000 for this. Dude, what in the fuck are we doing here, bro? JFK been real silent. Dude, look at PBD. He's like, I'm inferring right now that a fucking pastrami sandwich would be really fucking good. Dude, you think he's probably on the hub, dude? Dude, PBD's on the
That's how
hub.
the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a 𝗍𝗍?
Oh, like, what the fuck, bro? Dude, what is this guy arguing? Like, yo, Andrew, bro, they're like, honestly, I mean, does Candace, okay, here you go, Andrew Wilson, just between me and you, why does Kansas think Tyler Robinson was a 𝗍𝗍? I'm not saying this is right, but let me walk you through it because she's already told you. One, she believes the gun was planted, and she believes that the degraded fingerprint information proves that he hardly touched the gun. The gun was hardly fired. That thing was planted in the woods. Number two, she does not believe that a bullet caused that wound based on her exploration of forensic testing of that type of bullet. Number three, she believes the behavior of Benjamin Netanyahu, all of a sudden, I didn't kill Charlie, and all that shit, like, kind of was implying that, whoa, it kind of seems like maybe Israel had something to do with it. And based on some messages of Charlie talking about Israel and his feelings about Israel, she believes that those are connected. Okay, there's other shit about like the repaving of the stones right after this thing happened, the evidence disappearing, the TPUSA guys touching the cameras. Like right after the shooting, they were removing evidence from the tent. I mean, that's weird, guys. Like on camera, there's film footage of them removing evidence from this tent before the cops came and put tape around it. That's fucking weird, guys. Okay, right? I mean, there's a lot of shit where she's inferring that this doesn't add up. Now, again, none of that means Candace Owens is right, but like, you can't argue with the fact of like why she looks at all of that shit and it feels like this thing has had a lot of cover-ups. Now, with me personally, guys, I have not like poured through the evidence of all this shit, but for me, I saw some footage of this guy, Tyler Robinson. There's video of him interacting with a cop like a year before, after he had a traffic accident, and his mom comes out. This Tyler guy is not like the sharpest tool in the shed, okay? This guy is a little bit fumbly and bumbling and a little bit young and like immature and kind of doofy. And so thinking that this doofy kid could be so calculated, like down to the second, and pull off this crazy stunt felt a little bit weird to me as an outsider, because this thing definitely felt like a professional hit. Okay, it did. It felt like it was like, I don't know, man. The timing of it was like so impeccable. And literally, you know, I don't know. It felt like a lot to pull off for this bumbling, you know, whatever, 19, 20-year-old kid, right? I don't know. I have a 20-year-old kid. It's like this felt a little like high stress, high pressure, well executed sort of thing. A lot of it didn't add up to me as the casual viewer because it was so like not messy, okay? You know? And so I understand why people are like filled with doubts with all this shit, you know? I mean, it's totally understandable. That doesn't mean she's right, but you know, a lot of it was just weird. It's just weird, man. You know, it's weird. And the other thing, guys, you ready for this? The other thing that really struck me, I don't know if you guys remember this, but this really struck me, and I will never, for the life of me, guys, this will never not feel right. Because, guys, I watched Reagan get shot at. We watched what happened when Luigi shot like Brian Thompson. The thing that hit me the most was Spencer Cox, okay? The fucking governor of Utah. That, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps right now just thinking about this, because what ended up happening was this shooting took place and the governor of Utah became the point person to deliver this whole like leftist conspiracy killing thing. And he was out there like telling us everything, building the narrative, but there were zero press conferences from the surgeon who worked on Kirk, the head of medical at the hospital, the police in charge of this thing, the FBI, right? None of that. Like normally there's a parade of everyone involved. Wherever Charlie Kirk went, the head of the medical department, the head of the surgical department would go and do a press conference. Here, I'm here to deliver the bad news. We operated on Kirk for 3 hours, right? It was like, no, you had the governor of Utah going on talk shows going, yes, this was a leftist. It was a leftist Antifa type conspiracy. You know what I mean? That was weird, guys. I've never seen the governor of all people start developing the narrative of a criminal case that the fucking, the like attorneys of that state are later going to have to argue in a court of law. That's weird, guys. That was really fucking weird. That felt very high level political. Okay? Like, yeah, man, if the government was involved, then yeah, the governor of Utah might be out there spinning a yarn. Okay? But that was very, like, non-traditional, guys. I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen the governor get involved. Okay? Even during the OJ killings, the governor didn't come out and start making statements about the case because that shit would make it hard to prosecute. Okay, if the governor was out there like the same day talking about the killer being a leftist and shit, that's going to fuck up your criminal case. You know? Dude, I do not remember the trial around the Chicago 7. The trials I remember the Reagan shooting, and I remember watching the OJ shit. I was unemployed during the OJ shit, so I watched that trial every day. You know what I'm saying? And fucking, you know, so I don't know, man.
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
no,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not.
I mean, you know, it's Converse are not uncommon shoes at a college, guys. Right? I mean, you have to admit it's, you know, the thing that I find interesting about this, guys. Let me just show you this. His foot is going crazy. But have you seen the Erica Kirk brother, Tyler Robinson? Have you seen this shit? This shit is wacky, okay? Where they have Erica Kirk's brother, right? Look at this. I don't know if you've seen this, but this is weird, guys. Okay, this is Erica Kirk's brother, right? Or her half brother, Travis Gunta. He's a firefighter, a science instructor, and an elite endurance runner. And this shit, that shit is weird, guys, because that could just as easily be her half brother as it could be fucking Tyler Robinson. Dude, I mean, come on, man. Right? That is pretty crazy. Okay? This is her half brother. Right? You look at this guy, Travis Gunta, and then you look at the Tyler Robinson guy. Could absolutely be him. Okay? That could absolutely be him. I mean, this guy, right? I mean, you look at that. It's pretty crazy, guys. It is pretty fucking, like, the possibilities of that are very... You know, is that Tyler Robinson or is that her half brother? I mean, it's somewhat compelling that it sure does look like him. It would come down to like the detail of the nose. So again, now this does not prove that this guy is her half brother. And this does not prove that this guy isn't Tyler Robinson. But man, if I looked at that, that feels like there's almost enough reasonable doubt there. Okay. That is some reasonable doubt. Right? You know what I'm saying? And so, right? It is definitely there's room for reasonable doubt. Pretty crazy. I mean, he does look like maybe he's a little bit bigger. Okay? He does look like he is a little bit bigger, but there's a lot about this shit that is not cut and dried, you know? And that's where this shit gets hairy, is having it not be cut and dried, right? That's where you know, where it's rife for conspiracies. You know, the detail, it's just kind of like, you know, that's what a lawyer would do. Like a lawyer may very well, right, you know, dress, right? I mean, you could dress Tyler Robinson up in that clothing and dress Travis Gunta up in that clothing and then look at them from 20 feet away, and you may not recognize them. All right, dude, we missed the fucking goal again, boss. GG's. I'm gonna have to start paying attention. We're gonna try one more time. Fucking A, boss. I'm not paying attention at all here. All right. My bad. Whoopsie. Dude, we're getting lost in Candace's shit. There we go. Dude, we did get distracted. That's all right. Guys, I can't watch this whole thing. How did they talk about this for 3 hours, bro? What the fuck, dude? Dude, has anybody watched this whole thing? This is insane.
Evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that on a college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
it
even
is.
if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say, though, like, dude, literally Converse tennis shoes at a college, like, bro, probably like 25% of the people at that school that day had Converse on. You know? That's not really the singing evidence, guys.
Just told me I couldn't.
So when that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
did you delete
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless
it
I
was his
misspelled.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact, that he is seen 4 other times on camera. The fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
So
but just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It's really funny.
I'm
That's
not
an
wrong.
exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you
But
didn't.
dude, I mean, she roasted him there. Cause I'm sorry, guys, right? Like, dude, yeah, she fucking roasted him because you can look at this right here, like literally, guys. All you have to do is look at this fucking image, okay? And like, this image right here casts doubt as to whether this is fucking Tyler Robinson, okay? I mean, literally. Now, I don't know if we have a good shot of the nose. I mean, I feel like the nose is very telling. This guy's nose is very different than fucking Tyler's. But like, bro, this right here is, I mean, that it's possible that this is the guy in these photos. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's possible. These photos are not any hardcore definitive proof that is Tyler Robinson. Okay? You know, I just don't, I think it is, you know, there's a reasonable doubt here for sure, boss. Right?
You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying
back
that
to
I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
Time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the
Dude, what? He's like, this is your time. If you want to interrogate what I said, it's like, yo, homie, you paid her $300,000 for this, dude. He's like, he paid her $300,000 so he could say, well, this is your time. If you want to like make me look like a jackass, you're welcome to do that. I paid you $300,000. Like he is such a fool, dude. I'm serious, dude. He's like, well, I gave you $300,000 if you want to just take a human shit on me in front of the camera. That's fine. Go ahead. Here, somebody get me a chamois, please. Dude, look at the way he's sitting, dude. His foot. Look at him. He's like. And his foot is shaking. He's got his hand in the power vagina move. He's like, yo, Candace, can you see the vagina in my hands? This is a power move right here, Candace. I am very powerful. Are you concerned about how I'm feeling? Dude, look at him. He is like the dumbest fucking guy I've ever seen, bro.
hard evidence that convinced you it was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
That's not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling is an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
But like, yo, Andrew, dude, this guy, what the fuck? He's like, oh, okay. So you paid her $300,000? Like, were you expecting her to convince you of something? Like, she has a theory, and you were saying you had the evidence to prove her theory wrong. And now that you're sitting here, you're like, well, I'm not going to be convinced that anything but what I believe is true. Right? And I'm not going to prove you wrong. Dude, what the fuck? Why would he pay $300,000 for this? I mean, he must have a humiliation kink, dude.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know,
I never said it was exhaustive,
Go
even
ahead.
though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so
Dude, he oh, go ahead. Sure, whatever you want. Dude, all he's doing is like sniping, bro. Dude, he's this guy. This is fucking embarrassing, bro. Dude, I want him to pay me $300,000. Okay? Oh my God, bro. It's funny. He's holding her the same standard as a court of law. Yeah, but you know what's weird though, Callie? Is he's not defended any of his shit with a law standard at all, right? Like even in the tweet she's challenging, he's like, oh, there's some blurry footage that, and a cop said they had the same shoes, so therefore it's Tyler. The gun was in the woods, therefore it's Tyler. I mean, his evidence is real fucking flimsy. Now, that's not saying Candace is right, because, you know, whatever, but for him to think that he's got this like irrefutable evidence is pretty wild, because the evidence against Tyler Robinson is pretty fucking flimsy.
going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you, because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it. Mm-hmm. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler.
I mean, I think it looks more like her half brother than Tyler. I do, right? If you ask me, I'm not a super conspiracy theorist, but I think this guy looks a lot more like the dude in this picture than Tyler. You know, when I first saw this, I was like, oh, shit. That is not a good look for fucking Erica, right?
Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
If
I
you may have
I
it.
think
And
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see
some
me on the staircase?
he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead. You're right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on, because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or
Well, he didn't
texting.
tweet it.
Texting that's me in the staircase.
Yeah, I don't remember a fucking text about that either. The one, Paula, please, let's go. I'm curious to see these texts. I do not remember a text of Tyler saying, oh, yeah, by the way, you're going to see me walking by the security cameras. Dude, did that happen? I don't think that happened, dude. Aussie shrimps on the bobby. Let's go, guys. Let's go. We needed a total of 24. Now we're down to 22, baby. Let's start by getting this first 20. We're 18 away. All right. 18 in 16. Dude, Haley Stevens did it. That's what I'm convinced of.
That
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out. That either. Because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
All right. Dude, let's hit some of these up. I have a comment about that. Glad you're back. The dance must go on. Let's go, shit, Godzilla. Dude, Grand National, let's go. Bird and Blue, right? Is that a Dove? Dove plus love? Dove love? Dude, Intuition Gen, let's go. Dude, we love to see it. All I can say is for fucking the Lance Twiggs testimony was pretty weird, guys. It was. Dude, 15 and 14, let's go. Oh, peace and love, let's go. Thank you, Grand National. That is beautiful. Dove love. I got it. I almost got it. But I know it was just a preliminary hearing, but I watched some of the Lance Twiggs. He was on a TV screen. It was like a recorded fucking deposition. The Lance Twiggs stuff. It was a little weird, guys. It was a little weird because it was testimony under questioning, but they were very specific, targeted questions. So it wasn't like they were watching a long-term deposition. It was actually like the lawyer sat down and asked specific questions that were going to be presented in this preliminary hearing, knowing the hearsay laws. So it was really unusual because it was like, now tell me about that thing we talked about in the bathroom. Okay, here's the shit from the bathroom. Yeah, it was weird. It was weird shit. And it's going to be real fucking interesting to see Lance Twiggs testify when that guy is cross-examined, because I don't know. that testimony was a little strange, having him not be in the courtroom and there wasn't any like vibe of him in the room. I don't know, without accountability. And I did not realize there was like immunity going on too. That's a little strange that there's immunity going on, because then if there is a type of immunity, that does mean that Lance Twiggs could commit perjury or could, later change details of his story and not have any legal ramifications of it. That is like, a little bizarre too. Do not think it's unusual for Utah. Yeah, well, every state has different rules about how grand juries or preliminary hearings operate. I don't think having hearsay testimony in a preliminary hearing is that unusual, guys. I think what I thought was unusual in the preliminary hearing was the fact that Lance wasn't in the fucking room, okay? That to me was what was unusual. Why wasn't Lance in the room being asked questions off of a notepad live in the preliminary hearing, right? Why was a video recording of Lance having been asked questions several months before being played in that room? That was weird. It's not like Lance Twiggs is not a witness they couldn't have gotten to court, okay? To me, that was strange, right? You had the officer testifying in the room. You had the woman from the FBI about the fingerprints testifying in the room. And then when Lance Twiggs' testimony came, it was like, here's a recording we made 4 months ago that's going to ask some really specific questions. And we're going to play this videotape performance. That's a little bit, I don't know, that struck me as odd, because there's no reason that Lance Twiggs couldn't have been brought to that courtroom and asked specific questions in the room, right? And him responding to questions in a room, not on a videotape that was created. I thought that was a little strange, because normally you're going to bring a tape deposition if it's like a guy that you don't have access to, or somebody that is, in the witness protection program or some shit like that, right? Somebody in jail that maybe their availability is unpredictable, right? I don't like Candace at all. I think Candace is full of shit, and I think this Andrew Wilson guy is full of more shit, but there's a lot about this stuff, okay? There's a lot about this case that doesn't add up, guys. There's just a lot that doesn't add up.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
time
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony, and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like,
Yeah.
Dude, Jesus, these people are exhausting, guys. Oh my God, dude, Aussie, shrimp on the bobby. Let's go, guys. 14 away, 14-6. Let's bang this shit out. All right, dude. He does have a nervous foot. He's moving his feet around. I mean, I can't believe he paid $300,000 for this. Because here's the thing, guys. He was like repping TPUSA. $300,000 to get Candace into this big thing to like prove her wrong. But the thing about this is like he is arguing these little semantic points. He's not proving anything. He's not proving that her conspiracy is wrong. He just keeps saying, oh, you haven't explained how you inferred that he's a patsy. And like, her whole theory is that he's a patsy, Netanyahu was involved, the government was involved, and this is a cover-up, which is why she looks at the cop and doesn't believe he's a reliable witness. It's why she looks at the fucking deposition of Lance Twiggs and says, that's unusual, that it seemed to be filled with leading questions. And Tyler's DNA is heavily degraded on the gun. And the photos are all blurry, and we don't know that they're actually Tyler. And in fact, the evidence tying the two different outfits together is just Converse sneakers, which like every college male in Utah probably has a pair of Converse sneakers. So, I mean, he's not refuting any of this. He just keeps saying, oh, like, how are you making a crazy assertion? I don't know, dude. Dude, he's definitely a fucking douche, though. Dismissive, guys. All right, 14, baby. 14-4. Let's go. Giddy up, guys. If we're dancing, it is go time. Are we dancing or are we dancing? Let's go. Yeah. I mean, dude, this shit is wild. It's wild. Crazy. I cannot believe she got $300,000 for this. Like maybe I need to become a conspiracy theorist. Right? Oh shit. I'm in the wrong business. 3 minutes, guys. 13 away. Let's go. Intuition Jen coming in hot. 13 away. 13-3. Giddy up, baby. Giddy up. This guy, dude, he is not. I don't know what his fucking deal is, bro. He's a terrible, like, debater, right? Let's go. Dude, Kim, let's go. 12 away, guys. You know what I find really interesting about him is the fact that he is like, dude, le boss. Let's go, Austin. Thank you, boss. It's really interesting because he keeps saying things like whatever, or it doesn't matter, or that's irrelevant, right? He consistently says, oh, it doesn't matter or whatever. I don't care what you just said. And I mean, that's not really a viable debate, tactic. Dude, Millie Grace, giddy up, right? To just say whatever, mother of chickens, whatever. I mean, dude, right? That's pretty flimsy, to say the least. 9 away, guys. 9-2. We got this. Reminder, when we get these 20, we still do need 4 more. So just so you know. Well, let's bang out the 20. 2 minutes away. 9-2. We got it. Then we'll go to bonus time. Dude, Intuition Jen, let's go. Oh, there it is. 8. 8 away, guys. 8 away. Oh, dude, I have like 3 pairs of Converse, like in this room, dude. Oh, shit. 8 away, guys. 7 away. Shrimps on the bobby. We're 7 away, guys. That one didn't register, but it counts. 7. And then there were 7. Now the counter's broken. You have Converse too? It was all of us. Dude, carry the flame. Right? Carry the flame. Oh. Dude, she is gutting him pretty severely. 50 seconds. Oh, it did register now. 7 away, baby. Must carry the flame. Tyler broke the dance party counter. No, the counter's working now. It caught up. The counters started working. It just took a hot minute. You preferred Vans, but had Converse too. I had both. Dude, 6 away. Let's go. Let's go, mother of chickens. And then there were 6. 5 shrimps on the bobby. Let's go. 5 shrimp on the bobby. All right. And we still need 4. There we go. Intuition Jen. Let's go. So we got 4 away. So now we're 4 plus 4. We're total 8. Total of 8. All right, let's go bonus time. We're going 1 minute timer, dude. We're going to bang it out. We're going to get these. We got it. We're dancing. 8 away. Let's go. They were Chuck Taylors, yes. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. Chuck Taylors. Now, you're rocking the all black ones. Let's go. Dude, I've had many a Chuck Taylor. All right, here we go. 8 away, baby. Then there were 8. 7. Let's go, dance party, Jen. Let's go. 7. 6. Shrimp on the bobby. Let's go. 6 away. We got this. 5 away. Taterita. Let's go. And then there were 5. Let's go, baby. Let's go. 5. 5. 5. We got this. 4 away, Shin Godzilla. 3 away, Intuition Jen. Let's go. 3 away. Oh. Trace, baby. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Giddy up. Oh, we got it. 3 away, 3 away, 3 away. And then there were 3, baby. And then there were 3. Dude. And there it is. Oh, shit. Just like that, dude. At the wire, dude. Mother of chickens, Intuition Jen, and the Millie Grace. We did it. Dude, that was crazy. Right as it expired, they all came in. Let's go, baby. Let's go, little Paula.
Hey!
Sakatara. Let's go, Paula. Thank you for sakataraing. All right. We did it. What were the bad shoes? So the shoes I took to New York were Osiris high tops. Okay. They were Osiris. They were these. all right, was a pair of Osiris hot pink high tops. These were the shoes I wore to New York. Now, these things are like super snazzy, super sexy, and they're super comfortable, but the problem is they're flat, okay? And so these are amazing shoes, but when you walk like 10 miles in them, they're just flat, all right? And that's what does it in. Now, all of the shoes I have, guys, for the most part, are flat, right? I just like flat shoes. I wear a lot of Vans slip-ons. I have the Osiris. I have several pairs of Converse that are also flat. I have a pair of Pumas that are the Ferrari Pumas. Those are also flat. So I as a general rule, when I walk around, I like to have my flat sole like right on the ground. I mean, I like being without shoes. I did in my 20s go for like a year and a half with no shoes, or where I wore no shoes. So I like the flat stuff. I used to wear also 𝗙𝗡𝗅𝗍𝗍 wrestling shoes, which are no soles. Those are flat as shit. So I like really flat things for the most part when I'm bopping around the city, bopping around the world. But when I go to a place like New York or San Francisco, I got to wear some jogging shoes. So I ended up getting some really good New Balance ones. Okay. The shoes I got were, let me see. I got some shoes that are kind of like Tron. I bought these. I'll show you. Here's the shoes I bought. I bought these in New York. Right? And once I got these, way different experience. Let's go. 𝗙ecie. There it is. There it is. Good shit. Yeah, no, they're good looking shoes, dude. Super comfortable. Yeah, and in fact, though, I might start wearing them a little bit, right? I might start wearing the joggers a little more, right? I normally like shoes that are just flat. I don't know what it is. I like to feel the earth, guys. I'm kind of a sort of grounded, feel the earth kind of vibe. All right, dude, let me see if there's anything here from Candace. Oh, we got. Oh, shit. All right, let's watch this.
Yeah.
I want to watch this. Let's watch this and then. Let's watch a couple of these clips and then we're going to move on to Nancy Mace. All right. This was the best moment of the debate. This one. Dude, yeah, I want to see this one. Let me see. Hold on.
The question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty.
Let me see if I can find it in this video. Oh, they did break it down. All right, I think it's right here.
the question.
Okay. I think I found it. Let's watch 5 minutes here. Here we go.
That's the question. You're just not
but,
following
it seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's,
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name,
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can you
I
name
think
all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And
Dude, this guy is so dumb. Yeah. I mean, dude, even if you look at it definitionally, okay? Legal definition, aggravated murder. Okay? Aggravated murder is a homicide made more severe by specific extreme factors like premeditation, contract killing, or the status of the victim. Okay? And so it varies by jurisdiction, but it's implying premeditation and intent. Okay? It's implying targeting a public figure and possibly a contract killing or and vulnerable victim, I mean, it is very, very different, right? He's like, oh, he's being charged with murder, but no, I mean, is aggravated murder a type of murder? Yes, but aggravated murder, I mean, guys, let me just tell you right here, okay? Aggravated murder is way harder to prove. I think it's way harder to prove because they're implying premeditation and an intent. It wasn't like a passion killing or it's not something that just happened. It is definitely harder to prove, but also carries that stiffer sentence. But again, the crazy thing is he doesn't even have, like, he couldn't even name a single charge. Oh, he's charged with murder. No, he's not, right?
actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in
minor.
front of a child.
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go
names.
through my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them,
Yes.
see 1132, because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other texts? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal.
Dude,
Telegram I used in Russia. And that was a download.
Dude.
for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Dude.
I don't need to I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
dude. So, you know what's so funny, though, is like, here's the thing that is fucked up about this. Again, I'm not going to defend Candace because, whatever. We know Candace is a conspiracy generating clown. But the thing that's fucked up about this debate is this guy paid $300,000 to do this debate, but like, it feels like this guy's not even a student of the case. I feel like this guy doesn't know any more about this case than I do, and yet he paid $300,000 to somehow, like, I thought he was gonna go in and disprove her, right? I'm paying you $300,000 because I'm gonna come in with a bevy of evidence because I have taken each of your points and I have developed evidence and arguing points to refute everything you said. And he's like refuted nothing. He's just sort of like, oh, why do you feel this way? Why are you inferring this? Oh, that's not really hearsay, right? You know what I mean? Like this guy, it's like he showed up and put as much effort into this as like me debating 𝗏𝗏, right? I mean, I went and like debated 𝗏𝗏 the other day and we didn't even have a topic, but like I didn't even look at 𝗏𝗏 debating people. I literally just showed up and like talked, and whatever 𝗏𝗏 said, I responded to, or would be like, yeah, that's a good point. I get it. No, I kind of agree there. But like, dude, if I was paying someone $300,000 for me to decimate their shit, I think I would do my fucking homework, bro. Dude, homie didn't even know the charges, dude. Right? He didn't even know the charges. Like when she said obstruction of justice and witness tampering, he was like, oh, that's it? That's it? Oh, just 2? All it says is obstruction of justice. It's like this dude didn't even read the thing, dude. He didn't even read the affidavit. All he did was he paid $300,000 to sit in a room with her and read a prepared statement exonerating Israel. Dude, what a clown, bro.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just
questions.
so you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
but is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
Approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you. I'm just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip. And
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But I'm asking, should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
I mean, fuck, dude. This again, though, is him, right? Because he includes the fucking camera footage, but this camera footage is not verified to be Tyler Robinson. And in fact, this camera footage looks like Erica Kirk's half brother. But like, dude, he includes this in his evidentiary, like, whatever package. But this is not verified. We don't know that that's Tyler Robinson. So, I mean, why wouldn't she include what she believes is a receipt, even though it's not yet verified? The existence of this receipt is like, yeah, it's possible that the receipt is from Tyler Robinson. Now, I don't know how they're going to verify that. I mean, I guess they could get the person with the receipt to bring the receipt to her studio, blah, blah, blah. I don't know why they haven't done that yet. Maybe it's not him, but, you know, I think it's pretty wild, though, that you know, he really, like, puts her shit under the microscope, but his shit is not under the microscope.
You don't think that falls under...
And then you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being... I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah. What was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof,
Dude, he doesn't even know this guy's name, dude. She knows. Dude, we saw Christopher Bagley. right? He was the dude who was talking about the fucking the bullet coming from the east. But again, he doesn't know anything. Oh, what was that officer's name? Bagley. What's his first name? Christopher. He's like, Christopher? Dude, he is like, he's trying to trip her up with, do you know Christopher Bagley's badge number? Can you tell me what Christopher Bagley had for breakfast on January 17th of 2024? Right? Dude, have you seen Christopher Bagley's penis? Dude, Erica's, Candace is like, yes, in fact, I have a photo of Christopher Bagley's penis in my phone. PBD, will you pull up the photo? Dude.
Talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary.
You talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that.
Yeah, what was his first name? First officer that was up on the roof. Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary
about his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
No, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do
adding
to people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well,
Dude,
there's no
look at
evidence
his
for
foot.
it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm
Dude, he's following the receipt very closely on X. Wow. Oh, that's great. Yeah, dude, that's some real solid information there, boss. Holy shit. Dude, I open up X, aka Twitter, every day and I find out about like alien abductions and shit, dude. Dude, he's greasy, bro. He is. Look at him. He's greasy. I swear to you, this guy looks like Yo, Andrew, what's up, boss? I'm watching the quote debate. Yeah, this is political punk here. Dude, this shit is embarrassing. What's going on with your skin tone, my brother? Why does it look like you like lathered up with a fucking pork chop right before you went on this thing? Dude, seriously, you're like glistening. It's like you have meat sweats or something, bro. It is not attractive. And why is your foot bouncing around like the polyps in Donald Trump's colon, dude? What the fuck is that all about? It's like shaking. It's shaking like fucking Susan Collins, bro. Seriously. And you and your I'm gaslighting you now. Oh, I don't even know the charges, but I care so much about this. I've been following it closely on Elon's misinformation machine. Dude, you're embarrassing. You paid $300,000, bro, to get humiliated in front of millions of people. Like, man, that is a special kind of kink, bro. That is. All right? All right, dude, you need to figure some shit out and quit washing your face with fucking raw pork, dude. It's not a good look. All right? All right, fuck you. Bye-bye. Dude, homie's got the meat sweats in a major way, dude. Jesus.
Calling owners of
Do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following
Yeah,
Combo on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You didn't know. That's
hairs.
not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
Mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I just don't
What's
know what
your
his
issue with
issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right?
I mean, he's a Mormon kid,
Know
right?
nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing.
Who's they? Like, who you can't call, right? Like, Candace Owens can't call the credit card company and get the information about, like, whose name was on that receipt. It's not like you can call up a credit card company and be like, hey, man, so somebody ate a steak dinner. I got a receipt here. Can you tell me the name on that? Dude, what is he? How is that a win, right? I mean, hey, Andrew Wilson, you ready? Let me run some by you here, buddy. Because Andrew Wilson, you paid $300,000 to go on this show to refute and to prove Candace wrong. So let me ask you, Andrew Wilson, why didn't you go talk to the owner of the steakhouse? Why didn't you contact the person who has the receipt instead of following along on X like a fucking whatever closeted weirdo with a fucking pork chop fucking skin tone? Why didn't you go refute some of this evidence and say, hey, Candace, I spoke to the owner, and the owner, in fact, said he never talked to you. He only talked to your assistant. Or I actually went and I have a photo of this receipt, right? I mean, this guy didn't do any investigative work whatsoever. If I want to prove Candace Owens wrong, I'm going to pay $300,000 to get in there and drop some evidence, right? I mean, wouldn't you think that would be what he's doing? Why would you pay $300,000 and not show up with the aha? Look at this. I've got proof that the receipt is not Tyler Robinson's. I just fucking sank you. I mean, bro, he didn't even contact the steakhouse? Like, really? Dude, what a fucking idiot. Dude, somebody said this guy's a fucking imbecile, right? I think, dude. Somebody said, what was it? This guy, what a fucking imbecile. Well said, bro. Dude, this guy just literally got paid to look bad on camera for 3 hours. Oh, Jesus.
To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is
Again, though, Andrew, until that receipt is confirmed or debunked, she includes it in her timeline because it's supportive evidence. Now, you, instead of saying, oh, she has no right to have it in the timeline, why didn't you just go confirm the thing and prove her wrong? wouldn't that have been the easiest thing to do? You would be winning this thing right now if you had fucking, right? I mean, can we even find some information on this? Hold on, let's see what we got here. Let's see the receipt. Okay, here's the receipt. This is from July 17th. I've just gotten off the phone with Mr. Perkins, the owner of Cowboy Steakhouse. He confirmed this to me directly. According to Mr. Perkins, Tyler Robinson did not eat at Cowboy Steakhouse. It has been verified to him from law enforcement, and he is sure himself. So this person is refuting the receipt. All right. So this is the receipt that was proposed. And this guy, though, on Twitter is saying he's refuted this, right? That he got off the phone with Mr. Perkins, the owner of Cowboy Steakhouse. Mr. Perkins made it clear. So this guy said, but again, is this true? Hold on. Dude, this is the shit right here. But here, look at this, though. Now, again, I don't know if this is true, though, because this guy says Mr. Perkins was the owner of Cowboy Steakhouse, but the AI says Cowboy Steakhouse is a brand founded in 2021 by 𝗙𝗎𝗄 𝗙𝗆𝗄𝗆 and 𝗙𝗲𝗄 𝗙𝗆𝗄𝗆. Okay. So, but here is the Perkins family. Who is the Perkins family? Oh, it's Cowboy's Smokehouse, okay? And it's owned by the Perkins family. This person says the Perkins family did believe it was Tyler Robinson, right? So now it is Cowboy Smokehouse, not Cowboy Steakhouse, right? Oh, shit. But the Perkins family has a government connection. Ralph Perkins co-owns Cowboy Smokehouse, and he was a school board and ran as a county commissioner. And Spencer Cox is buddies with this guy. Spencer Cox was at Cowboy Smokehouse 5 days before the shooting. Right? All right. That's pretty wild. So, I don't know, dude. A lot of inconclusive evidence. But this is the receipt they're talking about. Cowboy's Smokehouse. Right? A sirloin steak and a soft drink. Oh, shit. Dude. Crazy. Crazy shit. Now, I mean, is it believable that Tyler Robinson ate a steak with a fucking, right? A steak and a soft drink? Sure. But again, we don't know if this shit is legit, right? But again, he doesn't know it's not legit, okay? Yes, again, we don't know that it's not legit. And I guess what's interesting about this guy, though, is this guy is saying, well, you haven't verified it. But like, bro, you can't go into court. The defense can't go into court and say, well, you haven't proven that receipt was Tyler. You got to prove it's not Tyler, right? No, Talia, this is something different. Okay, the Dairy Queen was him captured on camera. This is something entirely different, which is a presumption that this Cowboy Smokehouse, that Tyler Robinson ate a steak there at a very different time of day, that he couldn't have been. They're trying to say that this proves he couldn't have been the one who took the shot.
The longest 13 hours. This is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about what? Roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it as usual.
I mean, dude, whatever. I mean, nobody's going to be changed, but he is an ass because yes, Lance Twiggs said, Tyler said X, Y, and Z to me and he accepts it. And Candace Owens says, I spoke to the owner, and the owner says X, Y, and Z to me, and he says, that's not good enough evidence. But you either have you got to have one evidentiary bar for both parties, okay? Right? I still think this whole thing, arguing about the veracity of their claims before the actual trial, is ridiculous. I mean, for me, guys, I think this evidence of, Erica Kirk's fucking half brother, I mean, this shit to me is like pretty fucking wild evidence right there, dude. That to me is like, that could be that guy. It is a reasonable doubt.
So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
covered
evidence
the point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
There's no hard evidence he was there, and there's no hard evidence he wasn't there. Right? I mean, isn't that it? Like, Andrew, okay, there's no hard evidence he was there, but can you show me some hard evidence he wasn't there? Because I believe he was there. And so, touche. That's funny, dude. What a disaster for this guy. Dude, there is hard evidence that this guy showers with a pork chop washcloth. That's one thing I am sure of. One thing I am sure of. Oh my God. Dude, what a disaster. Dude. What a disaster. Disaster for both of them? I mean, I think so. I think what's really interesting about this is, for me, I feel like Candace absolutely won this thing because she continually anchored her claims to the same level of specificity that they anchored the prosecution's claims in that preliminary hearing. Right? Which is simply like, all right, I have preliminary evidence that builds a timeline, and if you want to refute and debunk it, sure. But he kept just saying, like, well, why have you drawn that conclusion? But, like, dude, it doesn't matter why. I mean, all that matters is she's built up a body of evidence, some of it confirmed, some of it unconfirmed, but like nothing in that preliminary hearing was confirmed. I mean, that preliminary hearing, they couldn't even confirm that the bullet necessarily came from that gun, right? In the preliminary hearing, there was some doubt as to where the bullet came from, whether the bullet could be properly identified. There was, right? The body cam of the officer just stopped working once he got on the roof. I mean, come on, man. She at least maintained the same level of evidentiary value that was required in that preliminary hearing. And he just knew precious little about the case, right? There is no bullet. I don't think there's a bullet. I believe there is a bullet fragment. I do believe there is a bullet fragment. And so they have a damaged bullet jacket fragment and 4 lead fragments during the autopsy. Okay? And so the ATF evaluated 1 damaged bullet jacket fragment and 4 lead fragments. And then this, though, right here was crazy. The ATF analysis was inconclusive. Okay? The bullet jacket was deformed and damaged. Right? And so they could neither prove that the bullet came from the rifle, nor could they exclude that the bullet didn't come from the rifle. Right? And they noticed that the damage fragments are .30 caliber. Okay? And a 30-06 was found at the scene matched to the weapon. Okay? Now these are fragments that came from the body. Okay? These are forensic, right? They are I believe they came from the body. Again, we're using AI here. Yeah, they were recovered from his body. So that, but again, though, there was not conclusive evidence. Okay? Dude, it's good to see you again from Maria. Let's go, wife, mother, failure. Let's go. Thank you. So again, though, the key here, guys, is that inconclusive nature. And so this is where the body of evidence is really going to come in. Okay? Because the inconclusive nature, right? In this instance, I don't mind using the AI because some of this I had already read about in other sources, but the inconclusive nature is what creates a lot of doubt here because they couldn't prove it came from the gun, but they also couldn't prove that it didn't come from the gun. And so it is a wild card, right? And that's where you're going to need a lot more evidence, right? You know, but yeah, I mean, for me, guys, you know, I'm not a forensic examiner, but there were a number of things that bothered me. Now, ooh, shit. Sorry. Whoops. I fucked up because we're not going to dance party yet. But let me just say, for me personally, there were a number of things that bothered me about this stuff, guys. Okay? And I'm going to list them all here. right? But just specifically with the shooting itself, okay? One of the things that bothered me about this was no exit wound, okay? Is it possible that that bullet went in, whatever, hit a vertebrae, deflected, went all through the body? Sure. Anything is possible, but the no exit wound, the quality of the way the blood poured out of his neck, like, didn't feel like a jagged bullet hole wound where, like, the neck is splitting and shredding and opening, right? I mean, that to me is what it felt like, it was like a pinprick, right? That to me felt like a dart or something, because of the way the blood came out of this, what appeared to be a very clean entry wound. Okay, now even if there wasn't an exit wound, a bullet, high-speed bullet tearing into flesh will, I mean, these bullets, they burn, okay? If you see a bullet, even a bullet whizzing by somebody close by, there's a burn that happens. Bullets are hot, okay? The casings are hot. So when a bullet enters human flesh, there is normally a burn, a very significant and noticeable burn around that bullet entry wound. Skin is like, you know what I'm saying? But this was like a clean puncture that just produced a large amount of blood. That was weird to me, guys. There was no bullet burn. There was no exit wound. That bullet wound did not seem to be jagged and shreddy. It wasn't like the skin got shredded by this high-speed burning projectile entering the body. I don't know. There was something about it that looked fucking kind of like weird and otherworldly, right? Now, I know there's a lot of theories about you know, was it an explosive in his mic thing? I'm not really buying that either. You know what I'm saying? You know, the bullet in the mic thing, I'm not really buying that, because if that microphone had some type of explosive that blew up, that too would also be a fucking very, you know, that too would be a very like, you know, there would be an explosion type situation. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you would like to speak to me? All right. I mean, good for you, boss. Dude, you can type in chat. There you go. Like everybody else. Let's go. Yeah. I too am very highly educated. I would like to speak to Lady Gaga right now too, but it's not going to happen. Let's go. Oh shit. Love it. We love to see it. Thank you though for being highly educated. Very educated, quite highly. Sounds totally like a journalist. Dude, let's go. Don't have to be a dick. Dude, I mean, come on, man. This is what I do. I make fun of people for money, boss. Come on, bro. You can't come in here talking like a foreign bot farm and expect me to not notice it and respond. Right? Okay? You know what I'm saying? Dude. And then I go to your YouTube channel and it's your YouTube channel says, I share gaming videos. You fucking idiot. Right? You fucking idiot. Get out of my chat, dude. I went to his YouTube and his YouTube channel was like, I share gaming videos. And it's got a bunch of stupid ass videos that look like they were shared by a fucking 12-year-old. Right? Give me a fucking break, dude. 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 Of course. Right? Dude. I'm a journalist. Right? And then it's got a bunch of videos. It's got like a handful of videos from video games, dude. All right. There we go. I mean, you know, if homie had had a journalist YouTube, maybe we would have fucking dude, I would like to, dude, you know, I would like to speak to Erica Kirk. I would. Let's go. Girl Friday. Hey, Tommy, did you know the microphone Charlie Kirk was holding was behind a display case at Mar-a-Lago? Oh, shit. Yes, no, I'd heard about that, Girl Friday. Right? That they had the microphone in like a glass case or something. Dude, that shit is weird, boss. Isn't it? I mean, I don't want to harsh on people's vibes, but too much. But dude, when you go into somebody's fucking YouTube channel and are like, I need to get on the phone with you because I'm very educated, highly respected journalist that you've never heard of. But please let me make a phone call to you because I really need my voice to be on your stream right now. Like, come on, bro. Dude, give me a fucking break, dude. Jesus. Oh, shit. That's funny. Oh, my God. People crack me up. Dude, because we're on the same side. No, we are not, actually. Okay? Vibe is great. Let's go. Dude, we got the vibes, boss. We're here to vibe. All right. Now, let's pivot, though. I've had my fill. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to do a quick pivot to a little bit of Nancy Mace, and then I'm going to go make some videos. But let me, I'm going to leave a song on here for you guys while I go to the bathroom. I'll BRB. All right? Hang tight. Dude, Nancy Mace. I told you I have a Nancy Mace theory. You got to hear this one, guys. All right? guys, the just for the record, you're talking about the microphone that they're talking about in Mar-a-Lago is the one he was holding, right? The actual PA microphone. The microphone, right? The one that was on his shirt was a microphone that was recording him for content. Okay? So Charlie Kirk had a microphone that was running through the PA that he was holding, that when he spoke into everybody out in the audience would hear him. And that's the microphone that's in the glass case. Okay? The microphone on his shirt was recording. That was a Rode. That was like basically like a lapel mic, but a boundary microphone that was attached to his shirt. And that was recording everything so he could later edit videos for his TikTok and shit like that. But everything about this case, though, the Charlie Kirk thing is pretty weird. I mean, for me, guys, it really came down to the behavior, okay? The fact that place wasn't cordoned off and fully, forensically inspected right away, right? A lavalier. So a lavalier is when you have it, clipped to your shirt. But the shirt he had, he didn't have a lavalier. He didn't have a lavalier mic clipped to his shirt, but he had a little boundary mic attached to his shirt. It's like do you know what a boundary mic is? So a boundary mic is a mic that picks up everything from every direction equally. So if you put a boundary mic on your shoulder and then you talk, no matter if you turn your head this way or that way, it's going to pick up your voice kind of pretty consistently, even if you turn your head. Whereas a lavalier mic, if you have a lav here and you turn your head like that, the lav's not going to pick it up. When you move your head, it's going to alter the sound. Lavalier mics are better to have if you're just, not moving at all. But when you're moving, you want to have a boundary mic, and he had that little Rode one on there. Boundary mics are cool. We used to use them in recording, with a band. You would use a boundary mic if you have one mic picking up the whole room sound, for example, right? But for me, there was just a lot about this that did not make sense to me with, 𝗙PUSA, removing the camera cards, okay? That was very strange. A high-profile person gets shot. What I would have expected is the minute Charlie Kirk got shot, that police officers, all the police officers at UVU would have surrounded that tent. The FBI would have been there lickety-split. Nobody in that tent would have left that tent, right? They would have, Charlie would have gone, but everybody else that would have been there would have been locked the fuck down. Every 𝗙PUSA employee at UVU would have been locked the fuck down. The FBI would have cordoned that area off and everything would have been sifted through. And man, dude, people from 𝗙PUSA were taking cards out of the cameras and just fucking disappearing, dude. That shit's weird, bro. Are you shitting me? A high profile person gets murdered and his 𝗙PUSA employees are just taking the cards out of cameras that pick this shit up and removing that shit and leaving the premises? And then the governor's out there saying, oh, it was a leftist. And then Benjamin Netanyahu's like, I did not kill Charlie. Oh, why are you saying I killed Charlie? I love Charlie. Charlie loves Israel. Bro, that shit was weird, dude. That's some weird shit. Don't add up. Yeah, man. Dude, that guy grabbed the cards and he was on camera. And then there were 𝗙PUSA people doing interviews and other 𝗙PUSA people were coming and moving them off camera and not letting them talk to the press. And I don't know. And then 𝗙PUSA's behavior was weird afterwards. Okay, Erica Kirk with the body and the orange hands and the Instagram videos, and they're like, I love you, I love you, I love you. And then like, oh my God, like you've unearthed the wrath of the widow. And then she's the president of 𝗙PUSA. And then they're all of a sudden they're like rebranded to Club America. On the one hand, they're like, we want to keep building what Charlie built. And on the other hand, they're changing the fucking name of it and trying to put it into high schools. That's weird. How are you carrying the flame of Charlie Kirk's 𝗙PUSA by calling it Club America and moving it off college campuses and trying to get it into high schools and middle schools? And all of a sudden you're like pro-Israel, like, right? That shit is just weird, guys. I don't know, man. And yeah, they covered that shit up. Dude, shit's weird, boss. Yeah, shit is weird. All right. But you want other weird shit, guys? Let's check this out, okay? All right, we're done with this for now. But dude, you ready? This is fucking crazy right here. Dude. Nancy Mace. All right? Dude, look at this shit. Look at what's going on. Nancy Mace is like preparing for her post-Congress life. Okay? She's out of Congress. She didn't run again because she ran for governor. She tried to get that Trump endorsement. Trump shit on her in the primary to make sure she lost. So she's out. So now she is preparing a YouTube show called Get Maced. Okay? That's what her YouTube show is going to be called, guys. Get Maced. Let's see if we can find this. Here it is, dude. It is Get Maced. The Get Maced podcast with Nancy Mace. Oh my God, dude. Dude, what the fuck are we doing? Okay? Nancy R. Mace. Here's her YouTube. Dude, Get Maced. 8 p.m. nightly. But guys, she has been doing these podcasts. Okay, we're not going to look into them necessarily. We can look at her little intro here, but let's see. All right, she's got some nifty music. Get Mace with Nancy Mace. Dude, she's using these very, like you're about to see the sparkle thing. This is like a direct out of like Premiere Pro, like animation. Watch, you're going to see the fucking... Oh, there she is. Look at that. There's our first sign. I don't know if this music is copyright or whatnot, so I'm going to keep the volume down. But this right here with Nancy Mace, this is like a stock, like editing thing. This little like script with the sparkles. This is literally a stock motion graphics thing that's included with fucking editing programs.
Honey, you need to hit the subscribe button right now. Welcome back. Tonight,
dude, what the fuck, bro? Honey, you need to hit the subscribe button. Dude, what is this? Get Maced. Get Maced with Nancy Mace.
Honey, you need to hit the subscribe button right now. Welcome back. Tonight we have a city ordinance about animal sacrifices. Then we're going to head over to Massachusetts to talk about child sacrifices.
Dude!
And there's a Texas court ruling asking a question that should make every adult in the room sit down.
Dude, what? Honey, you need to hit the subscribe button right now. And then we're going to talk about animal sacrifice. We're going to talk about child sacrifice. And, you know, an alien is going to rip its way out of my body at the 42-minute mark. Dude, what are we even doing, bro? Get Maced. But look at her, guys. She's got a bunch of tattoos. Guys, she has like a fucking, she has like a sleeve going on, guys. You see this shit? Like, sorry, let me fix my fucking chat. There we go. She's got a bunch of tattoos. Now, this is brand new here. She doesn't like show them anywhere else in her thing, but she is now sporting these fucking tattoos in her, right? Dude, she's got her big intro. Does she say the honey? You need to, oh, let's see her subscribe thing.
Can you do me one favor right now? Hit the subscribe button and the little notification bell while you're at it. Parts of the American Midwest are now parts of the American Middle East.
Dude, it's so weird, bro. Like, she's got a lot of like jump cuts. Dude, Girl Friday says Nancy Mace reminds me of the singer of that awful band Buck Cherry. Rumor was back then he got all his tats done in one weekend. He had sleeves, neck tattoos. He was fully covered. Such a poser. Yes. Dude, Girl Friday, she is a poser. We're going to look at the fucking tattoos. This shit is weird, guys. Now, she shows a swimsuit picture. Okay, let's find the swimsuit picture. Again, dude, like, she's just, like, wearing different outfits, doing those weird jump cuts about shit. Let's see if we can find the swimsuit picture. Is it in? Oh, it's in her intro. All right, there we go. In her intro, in her Get Maced intro. Let's just watch the whole intro, shall we? I'm going to keep the music off. But there we go. There it is. I mean, I thought this was AI at first, but she has not a full sleeve, but she has a significant amount of body work that on these arms that we have not seen yet. Again, I don't know where she's talking with this. She's talking, it looks like she's talking in front of people. I don't even know if this is real or AI. I do not remember her ever giving a press conference with these tattoos visible. Okay. I mean, I guess right there, you do see a little bit of one tattoo right there. Get maced. Get maced. But even there, okay, even this one, there's nothing. She's got this shit pulled down, and there's nothing on that arm. All right. And there we go. There she is in a bathing suit with no tattoos. Right? There's Nancy with no tattoos. And then there she is. And she's got a whole like slew of tattoos. She's got a Mary. She's got flowers, birds. Yeah, I've been trying to figure this out, guys, too. About who is her target audience. Right? Right? Who is her target audience? Because A, hardcore Christians are not tattoo like fans for the most part, right? They're not. They hardcore Christians do not like tattoos, especially on a 50-some-year-old woman, right? She's like 50. How old is Nancy Mace? She is 48, right? She's going to be 49 in December. So she's almost 50. Getting a bunch of tattoos? I don't know. It's kind of weird, guys. I'm trying to figure out because there are tattooed Christians. Like the one that comes to mind, guys, for me is Melanie Mack. Okay? If you know Melanie Mack, she is a tattooed Christian. right? She does her Bible readings, right? She does these Bible readings, and she is all tatted up. She too is in her 40s. She's the woman who says the F slur all the time. She's a weirdo. But like Melanie Mack, though, had a following from her GameStop years. She used to be relatively normal when she was on GameStop. Then she got divorced, and then she flipped out and started getting tattoos and started becoming super Jesus-y with the F slur and shit. And so, again, Nancy Mace, though, kind of did the same arc. She was relatively normal. She had some relationship shit end, and then fucking everything just went like haywire, okay? But Melanie Mack is an example of a Jesus-y 40-something tattooed girl. She is weird, guys, okay? She's weird. She blocked me too. Melanie Mack did, but she is very fucking strange. Okay, Melanie Mack, she's like not okay in the head, guys. She is whacked out, boss. And so that's kind of what this reminded me of. When I saw this Nancy Mace thing, I was like, oh my God, it's like Melanie Mack's mom, right? Dude, that's what it reminds me of. Melanie Mack's mom, the fucking tatted weirdo. And this is very strange because it's on her Nancy Mace account. So she is trying to convert what she used as her political account. She is now trying to convert this into her personal, like this was her politics account. And so she's going to try and convert this into her podcast of Get Maced, right? This is her new video series. Get Maced, guys. Now, what we're all wondering is like, what's her goal? Like, who's her audience for this? Okay, because she's not Melanie Mack, where, you know, she had this like devout fan base that was coming there for like gaming content. Now, she does have a rack. Okay, so MAGA bros, old MAGA dudes could potentially watch this just hoping to see the rack. Okay? That is a very strong possibility, guys. The old MAGA dudes that are like in their 50s and 60s that just want to watch, you know, the MILF rack, there could be an audience of that. Now, I'm not sure how these guys are going to like the tattoos. Okay, I'm not sure. I don't know. A 50-year-old woman getting brand new tattoos is a little bit weird to me, guys. I think it's a little bit weird. Let's see if we got what the comments are saying in here. Someone said, I feel bad for my kids and grandkids. Michigan used to be all Americans, right? They're terrified about Michigan, I guess. Dude, Trumpenstein, Thumpenstein, let's go, Thumpenstein, let's go, baby! So it looks like they're women. Again, we don't know if these are women, but like Holly Roberts, right? Christy Neely. Love your show, Nancy. There's a Peter Hebrew Hammer. Dude, what the fuck, bro? Annie Gomez. There's a lot of anti-Islam. There's some Gen Xers in here. She's getting some comments, guys, about they seem to, I just got maced and loved it. Nancy replied, ha, 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 funny. All right, all right. Uh-oh. She's communicating, though. Religious burials? Oh, shit, dude. Animal sacrifices and child sacrifices. She threw in a can't stop, won't stop. So she's replying to some of these comments. All right. This is her new thing here. Keep up the good work, Nancy. Thanks, Steve. Dude, she's serious, guys. Oh, shit. Now, somebody put a TMZ article about her tattoos. All right, hold on. Let's see what we got. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Are you talking about the Daily Beast article? Where's the TMZ one? I see the Daily Beast articles. Or is that the one you're talking about? Oh, there's the TMZ. All right, never mind. I got it. Bet you didn't know I was tatted AF. All right. And they have the little intro, the Get Mace intro. Nancy Mace's political career is almost out of ink, but her arms are anything but. Okay, she ditched the sleeves to promote her new YouTube show, Get Mace, revealing both arms loaded with tattoos that she kept secret. Okay. Now, she said, Mace revealed earlier this year she got 9 tattoos in rapid succession during a turbulent stretch, including the end of her engagement and an exodus of staffers from her congressional office. She said the physical pain helped her cope and reclaim her body and identity. Okay. The big reveal comes after she finished 5th in the Republican primary. So let's see if this is where she talks about it. All right. So hold on. Let's see here. Is this where she talks about it?
It is Graham Nordone who took the top spot. Then the candidate you're supporting, Ralph Norman, came in second. What did you take away from last night's results?
Well, this was my prediction that would always be Darlene Graham and Ralph Norman. There were too many. They'll be the ones deciding, and I think they're going to go for Ralph. MAGA type of voters and Ralph that we have. And so, we want someone who's going to fight for our values. Also, as a member of the delegation and had an election for the U.S. Senate, conservatives do what and 10%. It depends. The next one is, and about the same amount. So it really depends on the issue. Hard as I started, so we're still filing 2 to 3 bills. Finish out my term as hard as I started.
Let's see what we got here.
We're still filing 2 to 3 bills a week, and I'm going to run through the tape. I told the voters that when I ran in 2020 that I would only serve 3 terms in the House, that I believed in term limits, and that I would go back to the private sector. I ran for the governor's race, got my ass kicked, and so be it. But I chose not to run. I could have chosen to run for re-election again. I could have violated my promise to my voters.
Dude, I want to get on her show, boss. Okay? I want to get on her. I want to get on her show.
In the springtime when I was losing, and I didn't do that because I'm a woman of honor and integrity, and when I make a promise, I keep it. What will be after?
Here we go.
I'm very limited in what I can explore right now because I'm still a member of Congress. We're not allowed to like, get a job or sign a contract for a gig or job after Congress. So I'm just looking around. Obviously I'm going back to the private sector, and we'll do what I've always done, which is very entrepreneurial. I love the business. I love business space. We'll probably, start some companies and just work really hard like I always have to create jobs and, get some more time with my family. I missed out on a lot when I was in Congress for 6 years, and serving South Carolina was truly the greatest honor of my lifetime. I loved every minute of it. I'm helping Jenny get elected. I'm helping Alan get elected to governor. I'm helping candidates that even I ran against now to get them elected, to make sure that we have red all across the board. And I'll still weigh in on politics. I'm just not going to be running.
Fair enough. It looks like you might have some commentary in your future.
I do love the commentary too, and I can say more now that I did. Not that I had a filter before. I didn't have a filter,
Right.
but it's even more freeing,
Right.
Liberating now that I'm not running again. I'm sleeping better at night too. But I love serving. And the last thing I want to say is that if any constituent needs anything between now and the end of the year, please, God, call my office. If there's a letter that you want, somebody had a birthday,
OF.
something, we do these letters every week for constituents that have achieved great things. So if you have a friend, a family member, a coworker who's done something really great, please let us send them a congratulatory letter, a happy letter, as we call them. If you need a passport, an IRS refund, an appointment at the VA, we have the best team I've ever had in this office serving the Low Country. And so please, please, please call us. Let us help you before we transition to my successor. And I'll help her too as the transition unfolds, to make sure everybody gets what they need.
All right. Representative Nancy Mace, thank you so much. I appreciate
I see you're not following me online.
Dude, so, I mean, again, we don't know what her, fucking, I don't know, what her future is. Because, guys, the tattoos, okay, she got them to feel pain, whatever. Again, it's this Melanie Mac shit. She had a weird relationship, and after the relationship goes, here's what you got left, right? The relationship goes, and all of a sudden you're tattooed with the Bible, being weird in front of a camera, right? Freakish. Now, here's what I'm wondering, guys, okay, about Nancy Mace. Who's her audience? Who is she courting here? We know she's going to have the MAGA gooners, but is she going to pivot? Will she pivot, guys? Because think about this. Think about how Trumpism is dying, okay? Trumpism is going out of vogue. Trump has gone back on all his shit. He has a bunch of hardcore followers, but those hardcore followers will not follow Nancy Mace because Trump shit on her. He disavowed her. He didn't endorse her. He turned his back on her because of her signing the Epstein discharge petition. So Nancy Mace is not going to follow in the Trumpism sort of track because she has no traction there, and Trumpism is dying and going out of vogue. So you got to wonder, where is Nancy Mace going to go? Okay, she's not going to become a Fox News host, I believe, because Trump shit on her. And I don't think Fox would tie themselves to her because Donald Trump doesn't like her. Okay, Fox is got fucking, all of the total Trump suck-ups. Now, it's funny you mentioned Cenk and Anna, because guys, I think Nancy Mace and 𝗙𝗪cie𝗶𝗏 are going to find each other. That is my prediction, guys. The transphobia, it could be the uniting factor. Will Nancy Mace start sliding towards the Tucker Carlson, the MTG camp? Is she going to slide into that new America First, anti-Trump, still against the deep state kind of vibe? I'm telling you right now, I think you're going to see a Nancy Mace, 𝗙𝗪cie𝗶𝗏 collab whether it's on the Get Mace show or whatever. I think the Nancy Anna, it makes a lot of sense, guys. It makes a lot of sense. Two resentful, scorned, politically homeless women that are attractive to a degree and bound by transphobia and a firm hatred of like both extremes, right? I'm telling you, I think the Nancy Mace, 𝗙𝗪𝗏 𝗠𝗆, I'm real curious if that's going to be the collab that's going to happen. And yes, they're going to try to funnel people back to that Tucker. They're going to try to like siphon off of the MAGA people and sort of move away from Trumpism. And I think they're going to try to fucking find like the disaffected middle of the road people, anybody who will unite behind the, you know, the protecting women sort of America first kind of vibe. So yeah, I don't know. That's the thing I'm wondering. Now, the other thing I am wondering, guys, and this may be less of a wonder now that Nancy Mace is doing the YouTube thing, but I thought that there would be an alcohol incident, okay? Because right now, Nancy Mace, we know that Nancy is a drinker, a hard drinker. We know she's a partier, okay? Her staff, she had the high turnover staff. Everybody quit. They said that she would make interns bring her alcohol at like 2 a.m. to her fucking houses and shit. But guys, in DC, they're in a bubble, okay? They're walking places. They have drivers. They have this whole sort of protected environment in DC where you can have an alcohol or a drug issue and you don't really notice it because you're in this sort of like, you know, chaperoned sort of existence. You have handlers, you have interns that can pick up your slack and shit. She's not going to have an office budget, okay? When you're in Congress, you have this huge budget to put together an office of staffers. She's about to go into the private sector, guys, which means she is going to be living at home. I mean, granted, she's probably going to be recording her YouTube show at home, so maybe she won't be like traveling as much. But I was figuring that there was going to be some type of fucking like alcohol related incident within a year. She's going to be out of office. She's going to be drinking to cope, and she's going to get in a car and we're going to see her on like a dash cam or some police body cam, like screaming, "Don't you know who I am?" Right? You know? So, I mean, I don't know, man. Right? You said Anna hates other women. I know Anna does, but, you know, Anna has like, you know, she's made space for MTG and, you know, a little bit. So, I don't know, man. Nancy Mace, 𝗙𝗪𝗏 𝗠𝗆, is that going to be the collab? That's the one, guys. I think that's going to be our collab, dude. I'm calling it now. 𝗙𝗪𝗏 𝗠𝗆, Nancy Mace. I think they're going to find each other, guys. I think they're going to find each other. What a crazy fall, though. She is wild, dude. Nancy Mace exposes the hostile
want us to
takeover.
accept in the locker room and call it
Dude, what the fuck?
Feminists want us to accept in the locker room and call it progress.
We're a league that
Dude, dicks in the locker room. You know, Nancy, you can say dicks on YouTube. Dude, she muted dicks. Dude, Nancy, come on. Nancy, you can say dicks. Dick Nixon. Dick locker room. Dude, what is she
welcomes
doing?
everyone.
I see you're not subscribed. Hit that subscribe button right now.
The WNBA is
Dude, where is she
holding an
in
emergency
this?
Not subscribed. hit that subscribe button.
Where is she, guys? I'm trying to figure out where this woman is. What is this? Can't really read it. Regain? 𝗙𝗍𝗍 regain? Does that say regain? Regain physical therapy? Oh shit. Dude, what the fuck? She's in a hospital? Okay, it looks like Regain Physical Therapy Suite 200. It's a licensed physical therapist based in West New York, New Jersey at the 5600 Kennedy Boulevard W Suite, right? So it looks like that is where this, like she is in a building that has some physical therapy place, right? Dude, Regain Suite 200 that away. I don't know what she's in Jersey. Like, what is she doing with this shit, dude? Dude, something, I mean, look at her, bro. She is beat. She's wearing the big, thick bling, too. All right? But, of course, I think the transphobia, though, makes it so, like, I think the Nancy Mace, 𝗙𝗪𝗏 collab is a definite possibility, boss. Right?
Can't build a society based on lies just because the truth.
Dude, look at like she's doing some filters though. Holy shit.
Makes liberal white women feel uncomfortable. If you can't tell.
Dude, like what the fuck, dude? That's supposed to be a liberal white woman?
The truth makes liberal white.
This is a liberal white woman?
Women feel uncomfortable. If you can't tell the difference between a female athlete and a male athlete in a wig, you're a pallbearer for the death of common sense. If you're more offended by the truth than the injustice, you should be on a suicide watch.
I'm all about women, little girls.
Dude, did you like who's writing this copy? It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be some fucking chat GPT shit, bro. All right, somebody said the Reddit post gives us more more of an image of her tattoos. All right, there they are. So she's got a bunch of flowers. It says justice. There's a lion face right there. We obviously got the Virgin Mary from the candle. I mean, guys, this is some weird shit. Okay? It is. This is some weird shit, bro. Dude. It is some weird shit. And I mean, here's what she looked like. That's what she looked like when she joined Congress, guys. 5 years ago. That was her. Right? And now what does she look like? I mean, this is the image, dude. 5 years ago and today. Crazy. Dude. Now, we could go into the transgender issue. I don't have time to go into it tonight. But one thing I will say about this, because obviously I've been getting into this shit with Royce White, okay, because he's a fucking clown. All right. If you look at Royce White, he's one of the guys who glommed onto this thing. And let me just show you, because I've been fucking heavy into this shit. When you look at Royce White, I mean, bro. Oh, shit. That's videos. All right. There we go. You ready? All right. Here we go. I mean, what the fuck are these guys doing? There are no trans women involved in this WNBA thing. There's never been a trans woman in the WNBA. There are not trans women trying to get into the WNBA. What there are is there are men putting on fucking wigs and now he's trying to say he's a woman, and so, oh, you got to accept me. But like, you know what they're doing, guys? What they're mad at is the NBA has not expressly said trans women can't participate. And that's what it is, guys. Okay, that's what this is they are trying to force the WNBA to say that trans women cannot compete. That is what they're attempting to do with this bullshit. And it's a bunch of irrelevant, like, non-athletes trying to find some clout and some refame. Okay? And so this is fucking nonsensical. And this guy, though, like, this guy is, like, so phony. Okay? He is. He's so phony because look at what he's doing. Right? He's just tweeting all day about this. Right? The queen. Blah, blah. We are breaking barriers, y'all. Sweet, sweet fantasy, baby. We went deep in the bag. Right? Oh, look at him. He's like, oh, I'm a queen. I'm a queen. Right? Dude, look at him. Because I'm like, you're not trans. Look at it. I mince no words. Dude, you're not trans, you faking fucking cock. Shut the fuck up. Dude, right? They're so angry about my transition. Dude, look at this, though. 710 replies. Dude, his tweet got 400 replies, and my comment to him got 700 because they are all like, they're in like hog heaven. They are mental, guys. They are mental. Look at this, right? CNN, this is a microaggression. Canceling, silencing, or limiting black trans voices is bigotry. What you're doing to trans people is equivalent to slavery or Jim Crow. Denying my existence is hate. Blah, blah, blah. But dude, this is all bullshit. This guy's not fucking transgender. This guy has never been transgender, right? Dude, what are we doing? Right? What are we fucking doing with these people? Okay? Right?
Across the entirety of human history, the Chernow House of History, freedom is a luxury. Freedom is a luxury.
Dude, this was his little campaign video, right? He tried running for office. He got slaughtered, okay? And now he's calling himself a black queen. And then he alternates himself with pictures of him like this, right? Dude, fucking idiots, bro. But that's what they're after, okay? They are trying to force the NBA to make it so trans women are explicitly banned, because that's all they're mad about, guys. Is the NBA, the WNBA has refused to close the door on trans women, and they've refused to exclude them, right? And so they're fake trans. He's pretending to be trans, and then they're using all of the shit, all of the words, microaggressions and slavery and Jim Crow and you're being a bigot and all this shit. But there are no trans women trying to get into the WNBA. They're just trying to blanket it. Dude, isn't that crazy? What the fuck are we doing? All right, I'm going to go make videos. I'm done. Dude, Royce White is where I get off, boss. Right? This guy, what a fucking clown. When did they start caring about women's sports? That's just it. They don't care about women's sports. Okay? And I mean, Carrie Ann had said something earlier which is like accurate, that what this is really about, guys, is this is about the patriarchal hierarchy. Okay? It really is. It is about trying to reinforce the idea that everything with a penis is more powerful than anything without a penis, and that everything with a penis is inherently dangerous, but only when it's convenient for it to be inherently dangerous, right? Because, for example, you ready? 10,000 women report rapes in the NCAA every year. 0 trans women commit those rapes. Those rapes are committed by cisgender men, mostly MAGA men, mind you. And that's 10,000 reported. So God knows how many rapes are actually happening in the NCAA every year. Riley Gaines at Kentucky, her coach was raping her teammates while she was swimming there. We've heard about Allie Raisman, right? We've heard about Larry Nassar, the coaches and the medical staff graping or molesting girls in sports is rampant. And yet, what is the crusade? The crusade is about fucking trans women, okay? Trans women have nothing to do with this. But what they do is they use the penis dangerous on the trans women, and then they allow penis dangerous men to literally abuse women from little on all over the place, right? And so it is incoherent and inconsistent, and it's bullshit. And it's also that a lot of cisgendered men are attracted to trans women, and they don't want to contend with the fact that they think they're gay because of it. Because, I mean, they're not, okay? Like, trans women and men are just not the same, guys, okay? They're just not, okay? They're just not. Trans women they're not men, okay? Trans women are definitely a type of woman. They're very different than cisgendered women, but they are definitely a type of woman, you know? And yeah, nobody talks about the trans men. They don't. And they have been competing, guys, for like 20 years. But let me just show you something, okay? Because as long as we're talking about this, I'll close with this. But look at this, guys, because this is another thing here that happened. And it is this image. Where is it? Right. All right, hold on. I guess I replied. Let me find it. It's in my replies. It's yellow shirts. Right here. Look at this. There's 3 trans men, okay, that were forced because of a stupid ass bathroom bill, okay, to use the ladies' room. So they used the fucking ladies' room, and then everybody freaked out and they called the fucking cops. And it's like, yeah, no shit. You do not want trans men using the fucking ladies' room. The same way that you don't want trans women going into the men's room. You know what I'm saying? It is so dumb, bro. Right? So what it was is 3 trans men went into a water park bathroom in Kansas as a protest against the laws. That's why they did the compliance crew, because SB 244 is the name of the law that requires like trans men to use the women's room. Okay. And right, they did it as a protest, requiring them to use the bathroom aligned with their birth sex. Okay. Because they look like a trio of male perverts, this person said. The bathroom was full of little girls. The cops were called. Don't these dumb fucks look self-satisfied? You have to be a real piece of crap to pride yourself on scaring a bunch of little girls. But it's like, you dumb fucks, right? I'm like, yo, this is literally what you idiots want. And now you're crying about it. Like they don't want to use the girls' room. You made them use the girls' room. And now they're using it just to show them how fucking stupid they are. And look at this person. You have to be a real piece of crap to pride yourself on scaring a bunch of little girls. They didn't want to scare the little girls. You made a law that required them to fucking scare the little girls. Like, what fucking idiots, okay? What fucking idiots? They're so dumb, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're so fucking dumb. Like, they should just be in the men's room. Let them go to the men's room and move on, right? But this is what's crazy. But look at, they're saying they should be required to use a third space, right? And why? Because they said, look at what they said. This person said they've chosen to transform their bodies in such a way that their presence in women's spaces provides cover for male predators. It's like, yo, they don't want to use the men's room, you idiots. Dude, like, what the fuck are they doing, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, they could use the men's room. Everyone would be fine, right? And like, they've chosen to transform their bodies to provide cover for male predators. It's like, yo, when male predators want to fucking attack a woman, they don't dress up like a woman to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's what's so crazy about this, guys. Every time a male has attacked a woman in a bathroom, he did not put on a fucking dress and pretend he was transgender to do it. He simply walked into the bathroom and assaulted the woman, you know? Like, fucking idiots, dude. These people are idiots. Dude. Jesus. And I've said this before, guys. Transgender men and women pose zero threat to women. Zero threat. Okay? Trans women pose zero threat to women. The biggest danger to women is and always has been cisgendered MAGA men or Christian men. Okay? Cisgendered, mostly white Christian men are the biggest danger to women. Now, you know what we did? All right, so we were at the Portland airport yesterday. We got back from New York City. Guys, there are all gender bathrooms at the Portland airport that are amazing, guys. They're floor to ceiling, lockable stalls, completely private, shared like hand washing spaces. It's incredible. Dude, there's no reason all of our bathrooms can't be private stalls, shared sex, and right, all gender, and you just all wash your hands in one space, like the bathroom we use here at home, right? It's like this whole separate fucking gendered bathrooms are totally unnecessary. You could have a gendered bathroom if you want to use one, but there's no reason to. Like, are you shitting me? Like, guys, if men are so fucking predatory that they can't even go to the bathroom in proximity with women without being a danger, then we need to talk about eradicating men, okay? We really do. If men are so dangerous that you can't go into a public bathroom without being a fucking creep, then we have a huge male problem that we have to fix. Give me a fucking break. I'm tired of this, like, men have to be predators, so then we have to do all this weird fucking shit. You know? It's fucking stupid, bro. right? Right? Babies think their caregivers are extension of themselves. Others is learned and taught. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's like all of this shit is like socially created, right? Like a baby could have 2 dads or 2 moms or 3 moms or 2 moms and 2 dads or 3 moms and 1 dad. I mean, their reality, there is no normal, right? You know what I'm saying? Like a baby could get raised by wolves and it would think the wolves were their fucking caregivers, you know? It's like this idea that specific gender shit needs to be obeyed is like senseless. And what's more though, guys, is part of the reason, okay? Has society created some things that were looked at as norms? Absolutely. But why? Because society forced it. Okay? Society would not let women compete in sports or do any type of physical labor for thousands of years. Society forced them into the home to birth kids and to raise kids while the men were out being the bosses and doing the physical labor. If we switch that, where for the next 6,000 years, men became caregivers, men became the baby carers, men became the nurturers, and women started working all the physical labor and doing all the competitive sports, and men were not allowed to. If we did that for 6,000 years, there would be like a different parity, okay? It is like, the reality is like, are there physical differences in chromosomal bodies? Sure, of course. There's all kinds of like, you know, like whatever, physical differences, but there's physical differences in different XX chromosome people. There's physical differences in XY chromosome people, right? There are XY chromosome people that have more estrogen than some of the XX people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like these things are not static. It is like a huge fucking tapestry. And in fact, guys, you know, what's weird about it is women's sports only exists because of bigotry. And it is only women's sports because women were never allowed to compete. And when they were forced to compete against each other only. They didn't do that to protect women. They did that because that was the only choice women were given. Now, my thing is with Sophie Cunningham, okay? You ready? Look at this, guys. Right here, okay? Right here, guys. She played football. Okay, look at this. She played high school football, guys. There she is. She was on the high school football team. Okay? Now, here's my point, guys. If Sophie Cunningham could be one girl on a team with 50 boys, one girl, 50 boys in a male contact sport, and she was safe, she was fine, she was not threatened, she was not in danger, they weren't putting dicks in her face in the locker room. If she was safe being on a football team with 50 high school boys, you can't fucking tell me there's a woman's team on the planet that is in danger from one transgender woman. Give me a fucking break. Okay? Give me a fucking break. And the thing about this is when it comes to the shower or the locker room, you could address that. If you have an issue with locker room privacy, address the locker room privacy. Have private stalls. Don't dress in front of each other. Don't get naked in front of each other. I don't think any kids should have to get naked in front of each other. I think a lot of kids are modest and don't want to get naked around other kids, no matter what the gender is. Now, you could address privacy issues and all of that, but they're not addressing privacy issues. They are simply trying to portray trans women as predators and as dangerous, and that they're there to hurt women, and all of that shit is bullshit. Okay? But 𝗪cie Cunningham could be on a football team and be safe. So clearly a trans woman can be surrounded by 20 female athletes and be safe, right? You think running around nude is awesome? So do I, Carrie Ann, but a lot of people don't. I think people should have the option. You know what I'm saying? I think kids, all kids, should have the option to never have to get naked in front of other kids if they don't want to. Okay? I think the getting naked in gym class when they're like in middle school, I think that shit can be very traumatizing for some kids. Okay? Like a lot of kids do not like that. Kids used to avoid gym class in order to avoid that shit. Right? Yeah, public showers and shit. It is pretty weird, man. It's unnecessary. But anyway, I'm gonna go. I stayed on way fucking long tonight, guys. Holy shit, that was like 5 hours. I knew Candace was gonna fuck it up. But I gotta go now, though. We got dance party incoming. Let's get it going. I gotta get to work. Let's go, let's go. Dude, again, I'm still stiff from the vacation, so my dance moves may not be up to snuff. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. You guys ready? Let's go, baby. Time for a little bit of that deja vu. All right, we're getting it. We're getting it, we're getting it, we're getting it. I'm getting right into it. Fuck it, boss. Let's go. Where is it? There it is. There it is. Hold on. Got to log in real quick. There it is. All right. You ready? Let's go. Here we go. Come on, baby.
But I've known, been here before.
Let's go. All right, I'm gonna go try and get some work done. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for going on that long Candace Owens journey. We knew that one was gonna be a fucking long one, boss. Jeez Louise, baby. I'll see you guys tomorrow. It was supposed to be a short stream, but I guess it did not work out quite the way I intended to. Never does. All right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Keep the fight. We got a long way to go, and in the meantime, stay radiant. Good night.
I just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down. I'd rather be found. It gets better. I wonder my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I would never